was a weird one. Wow. Oh. Hot, hot, hot. All right, you're there. All right, see you. Guys, I almost didn't come on because I'm not feeling as chipper as I should. But it's exciting things happening in the world of wow. Wow. In the world of Finger. Sorry for the noise. It's actually hot out here. So I'm going to probably from now on set up something inside in the air conditioning. But let me see where we're trading. Let me get the quote. Hey Justice, hey say CJ Yukon. All right, we're 407, 405 to 407, 100 by 2200. It's, you know, it's weird. I'm going to have to put my glasses on. I don't know what happened in the last 2 weeks. All of my life I can read. And then in the last 2 or 3 weeks, for some reason, I know, these aren't the best looking glasses. They're CVS specials. All right, we're up 64 cents. 405, 407. 2,320,000 shares. That's nothing. Why? It's great, but it's nothing in the sense that this morning it was at 1.7 million. So I personally don't think any buy-ins have started. You haven't seen forced covering of the short position yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. She said, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. She was, everything's good loving. But baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. I can't remember who did that song. ARC LaBelle. I hope everyone makes bank. Listen, if you're in calls, don't be afraid to roll them. I tried to do it today, so I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. I was unsuccessful, but I would feel guilty if I didn't tell you about it. Let me take a picture of my doctor's appointment. Okay. So I still haven't looked up what it actually was, but I think I bought 20 of the I think I bought 20 of the July $2 calls at like 15 cents. This was a week or so ago. So I spent $300. And if I'm wrong, it's just because my memories, I'm not too far off. And it doesn't matter. So those went to, right now they're trading, let me tell you, right now they're trading at 2 to 215. So I bought 20 of the July 21 calls at 15 cents. I think that's it. For $300. Right now, I could sell them for $2 bid. So 20 times I could sell them. I could sell 20 at a $2 bid for $4,000. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Now the reason I'm not so excited about selling them at $2 is the stock is trading at 403. Well, so here's the problem. July 21. That means they expire in less than 4 weeks. So at $2, the stock right now, this pen is so dry. The stock right now is 403 is the stock price. So if and the last trade on these, the bid is 2 to 210. If I sold them at 2, all I'm getting is the intrinsic value. And that's the problem with, once the calls go in the money, they basically don't get a lot of premium. And so you just get intrinsic value. So if I sold them at 2 right now, I'd have 4,000. That's a nice profit. Well, let me just point out something to you. The $3.98 level is resistance. That's a nice 8. $3.98. That's what our avid trader says the 200-day moving average, and we've been fighting it all day. In my judgment, of course I could be wrong, if we go through $4 today, particularly at 330, I don't see any reason why we can't go to 5. So here's what I think of my calls. Let's just say I'm right. We go to 5. My calls would be worth $6,000, my 20 calls. Well, if you sold your calls right now, the July 20s, you can do it with any of your calls, but if you sold them, the July 20s are trading $2 bid still. So let's say you get $2, that's $4,000. You could go out 1 month, or you could stay in July. If you stay in July, you could go up to the $5 calls from 2. You could go to the $5 calls, and they would cost you, I wouldn't do that. I'd go to the $4 calls. The $4 calls right now cost you 85 cents. So you could buy 20 of the $4 calls at 85 cents. Ham wouldn't tell you to do that. He'd tell you to do the $6 calls or the $5 calls. Yeah, let's look at what Ham would tell you. Maybe. I can't speak for him. You could take the $4,000 and you could go buy 20 of the $6 calls at 50 cents. And I think I'd go with ham here. I'd buy 20 of the $5 calls, July, at 65 cents, right? And maybe if you're lucky, no, you'd have to pay 65 right now. So if you bought 20 of them, you'd pay $1,300. If you bought 20 of the July 5s at 65 cents, you'd pay $1,300. And you took in over 4,000. So you're putting in your pocket $2,700. In my case, that's more than I paid for them in the first place. So you're betting on 20 more calls. Yes, they're a higher strike price, so the odds of them being worthless is much higher, and they still expire in July. But you're putting 27 grand in your pocket. That's rolling up your options. You could buy 40 calls, so you double your position. It costs you $2,600. Put $1,400 in your pocket. That's if you do July. But if you go out to August just to buy yourself a little time, and Ham wouldn't do this, because Ham thinks the best value is just, once you're playing with house money, just do the closest in, because if it's going to run this week. It's going to run next week. Buy as many of you can with the free money. I'm a little antsy about July, so let's see what August offers. You could buy the August 5s probably for 75 cents, 80 cents. The August 7s, I bet you could buy for 6 cents. So you could go out to the August 5s. Hell, just go to the August 4s at $1.05. At $1.05, you could buy 20 for 2,000. The August $4 calls at $1.05. You could buy 20 of them for $2,100. Now it's all premium. It's all premium. So if the stock doesn't go to $5, more than $5, you lose everything. But you pick up another month in time. So you paid $2,100. You sold, if I did it, I sold my calls for $4,000. I could put $1,900 in my pocket, and I'm betting for free. Anyway, it's called rolling up your position, rolling up your calls, whatever you want to call it. It's taking money off the table so you don't lose everything. And you might lose in the second position, you might lose everything, but you at least have your original money off the table and a profit. If it runs, it's going to go over 5 and over 6. It's hot out here. $406, $408, $235. If you see Ham coming on, let me know, but I don't think Ham has a call today. 407, 2,350,000. Let's look at GTII. Wow, 88 to 89. So they've managed to get it down. I may take my jacket off. It's just really hot. It's so hot. Guys, it is hot out here. DC summer coming. The DC summer is arriving, and I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. But luckily, I don't live down in Georgia or Florida or Texas. Actually, it's worse here. It's worse here than any of those places. 406, 408. Ah, that feels so much better. Okay, I'll read some of your questions. Did you transfer our shares? No. Nope. They didn't do it. So I didn't transfer shares. If that's asked to me. Kevin Turner, I play calls for minutes a lot of times. Absolutely. The calls are like worse than riding a tiger. They're like riding the back of a large alligator. Get off it before they bite you. Yeah, Chris, I listened to the bird lady this morning. She said it's bloody hot in Texas. I thought she had some positive things to say about MMTLP. Stay hydrated. Hey, Jennifer. Naturally flavored sparkling water from Waterloo. $109 in Texas. I've been trying to get my medicine for my gout all day, and I almost didn't come on, but I'm glad we did, because guess where Finger is now? Guess where Finger is? 410 to 412, 300 by 200, 411, second chance. I love that, Second Chance K9 Academy. Do you give dogs a second chance? I got to stay in touch with you. If we ever hit it big, I will put out a personal appeal that we all donate to your Second Chance Academy for dogs. I've never seen a dog that's not a good dog. Every dog is a good dog. Vansi Kiev, always persistent, Vansi. You're going to be successful in life. The rumor on the street is going to cover one stock. Finger, it is? I don't know. For as persistent as you are, I have no idea what you just said. But I guess you're saying the rumor is they're going to cover either Finger or GTII. It's an odd rumor. But I think Finger is going to be covered. I think it looks like, if you read between the lines, Vansi, you would be interested to know, but you might have already seen it, that Ham put out this tweet that Anna, Queen of Trades, was kind enough to point out to me. Yeah, this I agree with. He says, Finger, if you were trying to scalp on the short side for the day, that trade doesn't look so good. Do you panic and cover into the close? That's what I think's going to happen. By the way, that's the pattern each day. I agree with him on that. I'm going to give him a like. Ham, Finger, let's play the guess the close. 395, 420, 430, 450 plus. I'm going to pick 450 plus. And the survey says 31%. The number one choice is 420. We'll see. We shall see. All right, so Vansi, I don't know if you saw this. Finger. Now, this is a rumor going around. A major firm on the street will start research coverage on the stock. I am not saying the name that I am hearing until we see proof. So don't ask me if it's Morgan Stanley. So Vansi, there's a rumor. There's a rumor you can get behind. Chuck Donal, I'm thinking 430. Okay. 420 is the number one choice. I think it'll go to $5. Yeah, the ass, R.C. LaBelle. Even pit bulls, my two boys, and they're great dogs. Finger up 70 cents now. Not buying. I have too much in other stocks. Well, respectfully, MKC, I don't know your situation, but that's not necessarily the way to play a portfolio. If you have too much in other stocks, and it may be too late, you have to use your own gut instincts, but it looks like Finger's about to really move. I wouldn't overcommit now, because if we're wrong, it'll pull back $1 or $2. But if we're right, it could go to $20, $30, $40 a share. If you're voluntarily turning your other stocks like AMC or GME into dead money, I don't know. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know. Each of us have to make our own decisions. I would argue you could sell 5 or 10% of a dead position and just get into a stock that you feel confident in, and you may not feel confident in Finger, and you see that it's moving, trade it up, and then bring that money back to your dead position. But holding on to dead stocks through their dead period can be quite unfulfilling. I've done it. I'm not judging. But unless you see a catalyst that makes AMC go up overnight, Finger has as much upside as AMC. What would make Finger go to 500? What would make Finger stop at 500? I'm doing this by memory. I can't remember. There's outstanding shares in Finger. You can look it up. I'm doing this by memory, but I think it's 49 million shares outstanding. The float is 27 million shares, or 29 or 25 on Yahoo. But according to him, the kind of real float closely held is around 6 million shares. The difference here is a lot of shares that were done in private placements. The legend has been lifted. The restriction has expired. But to the extent that those shares are sitting in the top of desk drawers in China or Hong Kong or elsewhere, it's going to take a long time to get that into the electronic system. And they may not want to sell down here anyway if they believe the long-term value of the company. So pick whichever number you want, or in between. There's 148 million shares short. That's at least a cash call coming out of $100 million. Get it in, or we're going to buy your stock in. Why would it stop at $500? When they buy in, there's two things you got to remember when the firms start to buy in. Three things. Never trade an error. It goes to a different part of the firm, and it's a buy-in. They're not trading it. They're just buying in, regardless of price, regardless of cost. We'll sort the bodies later. Buy it all. Buy it all now. Oh, Ma, we're just having fun. Kids, clean it up, get to bed. But Ma, I'm winning the game. Put the game away, put the pieces away, say goodnight, you're going to bed. That's what happens. Hey, but no, buy it all in. That's number one thing you got to remember when it's a buy-in. Number one. And it could come right now, or it could come in a week, or never come. What's the flip side of that? Buy it all in. The selling stops. The selling stops. At least from those sources. The counterfeiting of shares, the shorting of shares, it all stops, or at least mostly stops. That the firm is saying buy it all in. They're not going to let them sell any more shares that are not located, that are not borrowed. And then what's number three? I don't know how to when they're buying, they're not going to accept any fails to deliver. They're not going to accept any promises. They're going to buy located shares only. So all of a sudden, other firms, other brokerage firms have to start scrambling as their clients sell. Those are the top three reasons why I don't think it will stop at 500. A fourth reason is other cocky shorts will come in, they'll short the stock, and then they'll be caught short, and they'll have to cover. So that's my point of view. So I appreciate your question. What would make it go to 500? And I hope you appreciate my point of view. What would make it stop at 500? I don't know what Patrick Byrne is tweeting about. Does it really matter to us? I don't think he follows MMTLP. I don't think he follows Finger. I don't think he follows GTII. I can't imagine what it would be. That Trump's going to start working out so he has a physique like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? I don't know. Finger is 411, 2.4 million. So it doesn't look like the buy-in is happening today. And it looks like whoever guessed $4.20 is more likely right than my 450. I mean, sorry, $4.20 is going to be right. So my 450 looks like it's going to be wrong. I have August $4 calls. What can this really go to? Well, if you have the August $4 calls, they're trading at $1. I don't know what you paid for them. You have the August $4 calls, and they're trading at $1. Do you notice one thing about it? There's not an enormous, considering the stock is trading at $4.10, there's not an overly huge premium. It's only 90 cents time premium. The $5 calls are trading for 90 cents. So you got a pretty good, people buying these calls right now are getting a pretty good deal. But you have to remember, what I've noticed over my time frame of doing this, which is longer than most of you have been alive, when the stock goes in the money, the premium gets really boring in the calls. People don't buy these calls. They always buy the outer ones because they can buy more. And even though there's more time premium built in the price and more, all of the money you pay is time premium, there's less interest in these. So what I'm trying to tell you is the open interest in those, let me find out. Well, that's a lot of volume today. If I'm reading it correctly, it's 2.4 million volume. I don't see the open interest. Oh, here it is. Only 431 contracts. So here's my point. At some point, you don't have to do it any time now. You could wait 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. But if the stock doesn't start trading up, you're going to lose that 90 cents premium. I don't personally think you should sell them yet. But if the stock starts going to 5, 6, 7, you're going to have premium in here. This might go, I mean, by definition, it'll go to at least $1, $2, $3 and a little bit. My suggestion is you, like I just showed you, sell and roll up. There'll be a new strike price. You can go out to November, or you can be August 12s, November 12s. So my number one point to you is don't hang on to these calls for all of the gain. And you don't have to do it early in the run. You can do it later on. Let's say the stock goes to $20. You can do it then. You don't have to do it where I said right now. If it goes to 15, do it then, So anyway, don't necessarily hold that position all the way. How high can this go, you asked? They're still fighting it. The stock is 403 to 404. So before we ask how high it can go, we have to acknowledge that they're still fighting. So it can go lower. It can go lower. And then it can go into a period of that we are waiting. That can happen. I don't think it's going to. How high can it go? Here are the triggers. The main trigger I see is this group potentially coming in to buy the stock. They're rumored to be the group that ran TOP and HKD. I'm not even sure they've started buying yet. The other trigger, maybe there's research from a big Wall Street firm. Who knows? That would, if a Morgan Stanley put out research, that would imply to me Morgan Stanley's about to give them $100 million or $50 million at a higher price. And it's going to go in the Morgan Stanley China or Bust Plus fund. So that would be a trigger. And the biggest trigger of all is a buy-in of 150 million shares. But say it's 100 million shares, say it's 50 million shares, say it's 25 million shares. Without selling, it goes much higher. So those three triggers, I think you're going to see a stock that goes to $20, $25, $30, $35, $40, $20 to $40, maybe $50. There's almost a lock. If one of those three things happens and the momentum builds. Realistically, do I see it stopping there? No. It could be $50 before you call your wife. Is that realistic? Look, Avid would tell you to be much more cautious. Look at the charts. It hasn't been above 8, 9, or 10 in a long time. In fact, when I looked at the chart, 10 and 11 seems to be a double barrier going back a bit. And then there was 16 or 17. So maybe around 10, 11, or 12, you get a sell-off. Maybe you get a sell-off at 16 or 17. But I think if it gets back to those prices, and there is a problem, as we understand it, with a buy-in, who's going to be selling? I don't think there's somebody coming in to be a major hero here and protect Philip Vallier and his shit-eating grin. All right, it's 405, 405, 406. But it's no volume. It's no volume, guys. It's 2.43 million. Since we've been on the phone, what is that? Less than 100,000? Hang on, I got to take this. Sorry about that. I couldn't put him on, but that was Ham. It closed at 415. They fought for the last penny. The high in the day was 416. The volume was 2,407,000. I couldn't put Ham on without ruining my access to him. So I had to keep that private. I apologize. This is a huge day, up 72 cents, up 21%. And I forget what I was answering. So I'll just go to other questions. Good 420 in the pool. You're right. Let's see how the pool went. Let's see how his pool went. I was wrong, wasn't I? I was wrong. So Ham's pool gave us the choice of 395, 420, 430, and 450. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. I cast my lot with the second most favorite choice, but those of you who said 420, ipso facto, you're the winner. No, Ham wasn't giving me any news. We were just talking. Frankly, I think he was well, I don't know if I should say that even. He was just away from his desk. So he wanted me to go through how it was trading at the end of the day. That's all. But then he had it on his phone because I thought it closed at 4:05, and he said no, it closed at 4:15. So maybe he was just calling to be able to talk it through. I don't know. Even pros want to talk to somebody. So now we're 420 after markets. 420 after markets. Let's see what happens in the next couple of hours. Second Chance, K9 Academy. No one's selling it to him. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. They're trying to get people to panic out. They're trying to come down and test stop loss orders, and I strongly advise you not to put in stop loss orders, although that's not financial advice, unless you want your stop loss order to go off at the most inopportune time and maybe even get a lower price. Just do it in your head. Well, Mr. DN81, not only do I think shorts haven't covered, I think the buy-in hasn't occurred. So this, while I love seeing 2.5 million shares volume, I don't think it even begins to show what's going to happen in a buy-in. And as Ham would say, how are these guys still standing? How are they still standing? It can only be, to me, maybe Jeffries is their prime broker and Jeffries is in trouble. So Jeffries is doing a little bit of wishing as well. Maybe there's a lot of lying going on. Maybe there's a lot of hiding of tickets going on. But it's not going to last much longer, in my opinion. You've got real buyers in now. You don't have a situation where Jeff Easton can counterfeit enough shares to make this go down. I was watching the July 2s earlier in the day, and at a dollar, I think $1.85, maybe it was $1.75, there was a massive buy order, massive buy order. If this stock goes down, there's going to be a lot of buying. So not so average honesty. When I started trading, I followed advice to diversify. I have held almost 15 different tickers. Well, I studied the guy, and I want to say his name is Bill James, maybe? No, it's not Bill James. That's baseball. William Jones? No, that's the manager at Legg Mason. Anyway, the guy that started Investor Daily, and he, this is years ago, 25 years ago, his advice was, if you diversify, you're not going to get rich. Know your stocks, know the one. Once you're rich, then you diversify. I don't know. I can't give you advice. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. Lucky says hello. I think he went inside because it's a little uncomfortable outside, although it's starting to feel better. And without that jacket on, I feel just fine. Vansi, how confident it will hit 530, then it will squeeze finger. The stock's gone to 16 and 17. It's gone to 9 and 10, and then just sold the F off. It's been crushed. They've made good news stories. It's been crushed. They went on NASDAQ. It was crushed. Revenues have more than doubled. It was crushed. All with counterfeit selling. So Vansi, there's always a chance that Benchmark, if they're organizing it, Lynn Partners, if they're organizing it, or some Wizard of Oz behind the scenes somehow puts together a team that wants to bail out this upside down, stupid ass, losing, disaster trade. It's always possible. But Vansi, I don't know how many times I can repeat it. It just by my saying it over and over again doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right. $150 million shares short. $6 million real float. If you want to use a higher number, use it. If you want to use a lower number, use it. Whatever you come up with. According to Tom Ronk at buyins.net, I think it's a little lower than this now. I think it's $5.30. But if the stock gets to 536, that's the squeeze trigger. To him, it turns the computers from sellers to buyers. Because, Vansi, you haven't seen it yet. But Wall Street doesn't want to lose money. And so Jeffries, if that's the prime broker, is going to go, whoa, Nelly, we're not going to be selling anymore. Start covering. But Vansi, it doesn't matter how many times I say that to you. You still come back with the same question. How certain are you? Well, to me, Vansi, they've driven it down, they've driven it down, they've driven it down, and now it's going up. Can they drive it back down? Maybe. But they've got 150 million shares, or 75, or 10, whatever number you want to use. They've got 6 million in the float, or 29, whatever number you want to use. And if every share right now, if you average in their cost basis, they might have $1 profit here. Because the average, I don't know how he calculates this, but the average that they've received is $5.36. So if it goes above this, they're losing, Vansi. To my eyes, you don't have to agree with me, not a single share has been covered. Zero. I think today's fake shares are going to be a reasonable amount, but I think there was a lot of buying today. So I think you're going to see a huge naked short number today. I bet over 1 million shares, which is massive if I'm right. We'll find out. So Vansi, stop using the 5% of your brain. Use that, the entire part of your very smart brain, I can tell. Let your intelligence, all of this consciousness, look at the situation and answer a question. Are the shorts in 2 days on 150 million shares? You can adjust it downward if you want, but in 2 or 3 days they're down $2.50, 60 cents. Well, let's do it a different way. From $1.40, let's call it $1.50 of a couple weeks ago, we're now at $4. So that's $2.50 times 150 million. Let's just call it 100 million. A $250 million has gone against them. And I know somehow in the front, the worry part of your brain, the part that's worrying, it's telling you, yeah, but they can afford $250 million. Are you kidding me? $250 million is massive. To the Lynn partners, they only have 140 million AUM, the last records on the internet I could find. So ask yourself this: if they get a call for $100 million, bring it in by tomorrow, do you think they're going to be able to raise that money? Do you think they're going to be able to buy it in? If your answer is yes, you're a better man than I. Ganga Din. Ganga? Ganga Din. I don't think they will. So Vansi, if it goes over 536, they may stop fighting right there. But it might. You got to realize, Vansi, last time it went to $9, $10 range, they fought still. Last time it went to 16, 17. They fought, and they won. So they may not give up at 536, Vansi. They may not give up at 9 or 10. They may not give up at 16, 17. But my guess is, to survive this, every 7 points is $1 billion, Vansi. Let the bigger part of your brain process that. $1 billion. Hey, Jeff Easton, this is Sal over at Jeffries. We need $1 billion wired in by Friday, or we're going to buy you in. Well, let me call my clients, and I'll be right back at you. We'll take care of it. Are you smoking dope? The only thing is, maybe they align with a big pool of money that allows it to cross-collateralize. But Vauncey, don't you kid yourself. $1 billion is a lot of money. Think of all the Russian and mafia, even the Italian mafia, even the Irish mafia, the Jewish mafia, the Vegas mafia movies you've ever seen, and somebody gets in trouble with the bookie. They're coming after that money. They're going to buy in. They're going to buy in, Vauncey. So if they decide to let it go to 17 from $1.50, I'm not particularly good at math, but that's $2 billion they have to buttress their accounts with, to just for starters. Then they got to sell more shares, and they got to sell all the way, fighting all the way. Maybe they have to put $2.5 billion up. Where's that coming from, Vauncey? Where's that coming from? I don't see it. So from 536, I'm using a different pen. I forget your question now, Vauncey. From 536, if that is the Maginot line and they lose, I think it goes to $53. That would be my target, $53. And Vauncey, I think it could go to $530, Vauncey. But I'm not going to give you any higher because you're going to hold me to it. It's all speculation. Nobody knows for sure. But Vauncey, let your intuition work, not your worry. Let your intuition work. What do you think happens when supply and demand has been abused for so long? Too much supply, suppressing the price. What do you think happens when the selling is taken away and now the buyer isn't you, it's the prime broker's compliance desk, or error desk. So the buyer becomes, instead of all the shares that were sold to obliterate price discovery, driving the stock down, now all of those shares have to be bought at once without regard to price. Where do you think it's going to go? You got to buy 150 million shares, and they have to be real shares. They have to be located. There's no selling anymore. What, you think it's going to go to 536 and stop? That's just the worry part of your brain. That's just the part of the human brain that says, I've never seen it happen before, but you did in AMC. You did in GME. You saw it start to happen in COSM until they sold everyone out. I can't think of any others. It happened in Volkswagen, and it happened in Piggly Wiggly. I don't know, Vauncey. You're probably as tired of the answer as I am of the question. Vauncey, my recommendation to you, by the way, is I think you should, actually I shouldn't give you direct advice, but you seem quite worried about your position. So how much you have on the low end, divide it by 10%. There's somebody I know owns 5,500 shares, and she paid $18,000 for it. She paid $18,000 for it. That means she paid an average I did that wrong, sorry. 18,000. She paid up, if I'm right, she paid an average of $3.27 for Finger. She owns 5,500 at 18. So Vansi, let's just pretend this is you and you're all worried about it and you can't sleep at night and you have to constantly ask the question, why is it going to go up? How confident is it you're going to go up? How high can it go? Is 536 where it breaks out, or maybe it goes back down? Is it 9? All these questions imply that you're really worried about it. So here on the low end, I recommend this. It's not specific financial advice. Take the 10% of the stock. Take less, 9%, 500 shares. 500 shares, that's $36. Put a GTC order for 500 shares out at $36, Vansi. Then you get your original money off the table. That's an aggressive idea. A less aggressive idea would be to take, I was always told to do it in thirds. I was taught to do it. If the stock doubles, sell a third of your position. And then if it doubles again, sell another third. That's rough. Everybody had their rough things. I never listened to it because I was young and foolish. But anyway, with 5,500, maybe you use 1,500 shares of it. So 1,500 shares, you got 5,500 shares, Vansi. Put a sell order for 1,500 shares at $12. GTC to sell. That gets your original money off the table, and you're left with 4,000 shares to just put layer stock at any prices you choose. Up, high, go high. That's one idea. Or Vansi, if you're nervous, another way to do it is as soon as it goes to $5, sell 3,500 of your shares. You have almost all your money out and play with the rest of the 2,000. Stop making it something that you're so worried about. I know it's stressful, but it should be fun, not stressful. Anyway, Vansi, I've spent a long time on your questions, and I'm glad for the questions, and I don't mean anything bad with them. I think you're a highly intelligent guy, and I think you know the answers before you ask the questions. What if they can't locate the shares? Chelsea Mave. I almost hesitate to tell you the stupid answer, because what you guys have experienced for so long, and you're inured to it, you're victimized by it, is there's no price discovery anymore. Gary Gensler came on and said 90% of the trades, they don't use bid and ask anymore. How preposterous that is. So if you can allow me to answer it by supply and demand, you're going to say, well, it never worked in the past, but the difference is they have to buy back the shares. So what's going to fix it if they can't locate the shares? If they can't locate the shares, what's going to fix it? Price. It's been so long since I studied supply and demand I think this is supply, and I think this is demand. I used to be able to do this in my sleep. But your supply and demand curve goes like this. That can't be right. Let me Google it just to be sure. I always I just oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. All right, let's start over again. I had it back assward, as my college roommate used to say. This is price, and this is supply, quantity. So I'll use another pen. I'll use this one. This is supply. That's your supply curve. And that's your demand curve. So normally, as the price goes up, demand falls. Anyway, this is equilibrium here, what they're saying here. So this is your quantity and your price. That's price discovery. But if you can't locate real shares, so in other words, this becomes inelastic. If this becomes inelastic, the only thing that can happen is price has to go up to increase supply. And I'm completely lost how to draw this for you right now. Basically, your demand is going up, but your supply I used to be able to do that in my sleep. I can't figure out how to draw that. But the answer is, if they cannot locate shares, they have to keep bidding higher and higher and higher till one of you wants to sell, someone wants to sell real shares. And that's the conundrum. That's why it can go really high. So it's a really good question. And basically, in theory, and I'm going to practice this tonight so I can show it to you tomorrow. But in theory, if there's only 6 million shares in the float, they have to bid it up to a point that and let's just say one person owned that 6 million shares, they would have to bid the price up to the point that that person was willing to sell their shares. But that's only 6 million of 150 million. So what do they do then? They have to bid the price up so the person that bought those shares, is 6 million shares, is willing to sell it again, and that has to be higher. Conceptually, that's what's going on. So that's why if this gets out of control, that's why you see HKD go to 2,500. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, though. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. What's the best thing to eat when your stomach hurts? I think you should have some Coca-Cola. Sure, Jennifer, you can mod. It's just, it's just, Jennifer, it's hot here, so maybe I'm overreacting. I don't know. Jennifer, I tried to add you. It's not doing it. I don't know. I guess I can't add you, Jennifer. Or ginger ale, that's right. Oh, Woody knows how to do it. Parallel line to your y-axis. Parallel line. That's right, because Woody's pretty smart. So that's price and quantity. That's price and quantity. Because demand is inelastic, demand is flat. And I suppose if they can't locate it, supply is vertical. I don't know how to draw it, Woody. I don't know how to draw it. Did he have a gold tooth? That's the one. It's my ability to make anybody a moderator. Oh, there, Jennifer is. That's good. Didn't seem to work. Oh, you can't time Jennifer out? I bet you could sing to her, Janny, Janny. Oh, God. I'm sorry if I got worked up on those answers. Barry, I mean, I don't know how to, if there's not enough, the demand curve would be inelastic, or it might even be downward sloping. And then supply would be 6 million shares. So it wouldn't increase. So they'd have to keep raising the price. I really don't know how to draw it. Man, I used to be good at that shit. Demand downward, yeah, demand would be down. Yeah, demand would go down as it gets filled, but not you're saying the quantity would if it starts at 150 million, obviously that would go down. But I don't see it. The way I don't know how to draw it, I don't think it would change the price equation because you still only have such a limited amount of supply. In a way, demand would remain high until you get to the remaining 6 million, then it would plummet. I don't know how to draw it. Kevin's story. Oh, you dig this shirt? When I got it, I thought this would be perfect with a black jacket or a blue jacket, and it is. I think it's a Brioni. But right now, because of the humidity, all of the starch in it is falling out, and it's making me look like I don't know, making me look like a college teacher. Yeah, I didn't mean to be stressed. Jennifer, I think I show my frustration a little bit in not being able to get a concept across, and I think sometimes the questions are I don't know. I sometimes misinterpret the questions almost like they're challenging me, because to me it's fairly obvious, but that's not fair at all, because one, I could be wrong, and two, supposedly I understand it and people might not understand it, and it's real money and it's stressful. But I just think you're in it for that. We've been in these two stocks and others, but we're certainly in Finger and GTII for the squeeze. So when everything layers in and the stock is screaming that somebody pro is buying the stock and that the short is in trouble, to keep asking questions, how do you know? What if? All I can really say, if there were no risk in the trade, zero risk in the trade, it'd already be at $500. However you draw this stupid chart, I can't figure it out in my head. I can't figure it out. So you got price and quantity. The quantity is limited at 6 million or more, but let's use 6 million. So the quantity is, the supply is totally inelastic. There's only 6 million shares. The demand is inelastic. This is what gives me the problems here. The demand is inelastic. So a supply and demand curve doesn't really help. The demand is, we want to buy 150 million shares now, by the close of business. So the demand is inelastic. 150 million. So somehow this price has to be agreed in a market that will be completely out of function. And to me, that means the price just goes up, 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 up. Jennifer has a husband already? Lucky for him. He's a lucky man. How high could Logic go? I think Logic will go to $1.50 in the next 6 to 8 weeks. And how high could it go in 12 months? In 12 months, I think it could go to $8 to $12 in 12 to 18 months. What are your thoughts on selling calls mid-squeeze, buying puts on the way down for a month out? That's a good strategy. Good luck. I would be so nimble on those puts. One, the premiums are going to be massive. Let's just look at one. The stock right now is trading at $4.19. And let's just look at the August $4 puts. To buy the August $4 puts would cost you $1.40 last trade. So the stock would have to collapse from 420 to 280 for you to make any money on your trade, and do it all before the mid to late August, by August 18th. So one, your strategy would be severely handicapped because of the massive premium you'd have to pay. But what you might do as the stock goes up, you could buy, and we're not there yet, but let's say the stock goes to $25. You could buy the August 20 puts or the August 15 puts. Or let's say the stock goes to 100, you could buy the August 75 puts. Whatever has the cheapest premium in terms of cash, but recognize that the whole price, it's entire time premium. So it's really expensive. But if you get it right, you could have a huge return on the way down. The one thing I learned in trading is stocks always come down faster than they go up, with the possible exception of a short squeeze. And I think the reason why is it's already been there before. So if the stock went to 150 or 200 and then rolled over and started coming down, it could go to $25 in a sneeze. And why? Because it's already been there before. People are going to say, well, it's not worth this much. And they just start panicking out. With options, you have to, and today I tried to sell those that I told you about, and I was going to roll it out to August. Tried twice, and I never got the price, so I gave up. Now, am I going to regret it tomorrow morning? Maybe, but we'll see. I think today's action in Finger, right now it's trading at 416. Let me show you what Avid put up. Oh, I know where I can find it more quickly.
We're excited about FingerMotion, myself included. Today I'm going to give you the breakdown, everything you need to know going into next week. First, you don't mind smashing that like button, clicking subscribe if you haven't, also turning on those post notifications.
Okay, you don't really have to.
The chart looks great. It's bullish. We're seeing rising price, rising volume. That interpretation is bullish. I think a lot of the momentum we're seeing is a result of benchmarks, $5 price target they put on FingerMotion.
He does such a good job.
Now, the 16-page typical smart investors are seeing value here. They're seeing the potential to be a multi-hundred million revenue.
But you see that lower yellow line? That's $3.98 to $4.
Targets and key levels, but before I want to take a step back and give you some perspective on trading a stock like FingerMotion.
And
Very vocal about, and I think it's quite fine to make mistakes. It's okay to have bad trades.
the range is $3.98 to $4.70, and then the top level is $5.50 to $6. So Avid would argue that you've got to be careful at those levels. I think that we broke through the $3.98, $4 level decisively. But to him, he'd say we're still in here fighting. So it might be that we have to get more action before it breaks out. I don't want to I don't want to put you through the 17 minutes of it. So what I see with today's action is a trap short, much higher prices, and a breakout. So I think tomorrow you're going to see the stock. If I had to hazard a guess, $5 by the close tomorrow. And I was wrong today, but I could be wrong. I could be right tomorrow too. Okay, Lily, it looks like she's very smart. William, there is a buyer's and a seller's market. There is a graph for both. But there you have to take into account that when the demand increases, the price increases. That's true. But only to the tipping point. That's absolutely true. But where I'm having trouble with, Lily, is I guess where I'm having trouble, Lily, is you have conceptually you have 150 million shares. You have 150 million shares of supply in everybody's accounts. But they're electronic. So in a normal market, those come available all over the place. And so you have a supply curve that responds to maybe a gently sloping demand curve. But what I don't get how to handle is that out of the 150 million, there's a subset of 6 million, and maybe it's 25 or 20 or 15, but Ham says it's 6 million, so I'm going to use that. There's a subset of 6 million real shares, and the people buying in the shorts, they want this 6 million. So I don't know how to write I don't know how to draw it. So I just don't know how to draw it. Because Lily, the weird thing is, if the people that own these real shares, and we don't know, none of us really know, if one of you owned this 6 million shares, man, you could become richer than Elvis Presley. You could say, you know what, you want my shares? I want $5,000 a share, and they would pay it. But the way it's all dispersed, none of us know who has the real shares. But what's funny, Lily, and I don't know how to graph this, if they buy that 6 million shares, then, and I recognize that these numbers could be wrong somehow, but if they buy that 6 million shares, they still have 142 million counterfeits to buy back. And there's still only 6 million real shares. So somebody just paid a high price for the 6 million shares located. But I don't know. That's why it really could be explosive to the upside. Now they have puts and calls. They can maybe draw contracts amongst each other. Maybe FINRA or that warehouse, maybe they can come in and say, you know what, we'll allow you to cover this with more fails to delivers. I don't know. But to me, on the face of it, it looks like this stock has to go really high. Because you've got to induce the real shares to sell, and then whoever bought those to settle their trades, they've got to be willing to sell, and so on and so on and so on. I don't know how to graph it. Well, that's a good point, Spiny. To be sure they get all the real shares, they have to buy all 144 million back. But that doesn't quite fit. I don't know. The whole system is so screwed up. It's just so screwed up. Let's just say one client, one buyer, day one. Buyer bought 6 million shares. Seller sold 6 million shares. So day one, the seller sold 6 million shares to the buyer 6 million shares. Just one buyer. And the seller's gone. Well then, in step the short sellers. And over and over and over again, they sell 150 million, fail to deliver, and buyers come in for 150 million. And of course, cash goes to the brokerage firms, goes into the system, goes to the criminals. What do these people have? They just have IOUs. Gensler bucks. They have a Gensler, I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. So, ostensibly, you have 156 million shares in everybody's brokerage account, offset by, you would think, sales of 156 million shares. But it turns out all you have, this original seller is gone. She sold her 6 million shares. She's gone. But then the short seller has just sold a bunch of promises to pay, deliver. They've just sold IOUs. So all of us are sitting here thinking we've got 156 million shares. Let's just say it's two buyers. The first buyer's got 6 million real, and then Stoney, you bought the rest of it. So in the system, there's 156 million shares. And for all you can tell, because Merrill Lynch puts it electronically in your account, prices it, lets you borrow against it, lets you trade it, for all you know, those are real shares. But the system is just, Merrill Lynch has accepted an IOU. And the prime broker for the short sellers keeps saying, we'll deliver. We'll deliver. And they just keep kicking it down the road. Well, as long as the stock price is going down, the prime broker is collecting fees, collecting monthly, whatever you want to call it, monthly rent, collecting interest, and it just, no one notices it. But as soon as the stock price starts going up, the prime broker's in trouble for, right now, I think, using these numbers, 150 million shares times 2 is 300, times a half is 75, so 375 million. So the prime broker is losing $375 million over the last week or so on paper, and the short seller is. But the shorts have squirreled their money away, so the prime broker is feeling exposed. And the prime broker can go out of existence like Shearson Lehman or Bear Stearns or Barings. So the prime broker is starting to say, F this. And they're calling the short sellers saying, send us money. And so far, the buy-ins haven't happened, and I can't explain it. Maybe the short seller's lying. Maybe the short seller got Kenny Griffin to back it up. Don't know. But even Kenny Griffin, if the stock price starts going up, Ken Griffin, if these losses turn into $1 billion on paper, even Kenny Griffin's not going to want to take that risk. Why? Because this loss can go to 10 billion. It can go to 100 billion. It can go to 1,000 billion, a trillion. So the argument that a big boy's going to bail this out is just not going to happen. So then, I think I'm talking to Spiny. Then the question comes, all right, buy them in. Well, they're going to want to buy these shares. They're going to want to buy these shares. They're not going to want to buy these shares. And I don't think buying 156,000 million it is going to change it, because if you bought 156 million, you've only cleared 6 million of the IOUs. Now there's all sorts of layers of complication in there, because I'll show you, and I think this is what's happened with MMTLP. And our system is set up this way. I don't know who approves it, but if Stoney buys 6 million shares of Finger from the original seller, she sold, she's gone. Let's say Stoney paid $5, she got $30 million, she's gone, she's got her money. Well, Stoney can lend out the 6 million shares to Vinman. So Stoney lends it to Vinman, and Vinman can sell it. But then Vinman apparently can lend out these shares. No, he sells it. The next buyer, whoever that is, let's say it's Kit. Kit buys it. Kit can lend them out. So the fact is, this 6 million shares can be legitimately lent out over and over and over again. So that gets confusing as to how they can cover all that, because those shares don't really, that's where they use the term rehypothecate. I think it's just going to be a bloody scrum. Ramiro, thank you for your $4.99 so I can buy a shirt. This was not $4.99, but I appreciate it. Yeah, counterfeit shares. We live in a country that counterfeits votes, counterfeits opinion, counterfeits Democrats, counterfeits. Did you see they had a train derail in, I think it was Montana? What's going on? It's almost like we're under attack. They don't know where the real shares are. So Spiny, they have to make your point correct, in my judgment, they would have to buy the entire pool of 156 million shares back. Because your point is essentially correct. They'd have to buy all 156 million shares to know they bought the 6 million shares. They'd have to do it 26 times. That's all my point is. They'd have to buy 156 million shares in toto 26 times to make sure they settled everything. And maybe it's less as you settle out 6 million. Maybe that divisor, maybe that number slowly goes down, so maybe it ends up being 17 times. But yeah, I see your point. Those are blue. My baby's in black and I'm feeling blue. Tell me, oh, what did I do? It could be blue skies. No, it goes blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Rehypothecation is a hell of a drug. And you want some more of it? I promise this is the best I've ever had. I watched that movie the other night called Two for the Money with Al Pacino and the Lincoln Lawyer. And one of the points that came across is in the gambling, the most exciting part is during when you're going to lose it all. You know, before, I don't know, I don't have that. Despite there was a woman on here when I first started that I need to get help for my gambling addiction. I don't have that. I don't have, there's no thrill. But anyway, it's like a drug. And maybe rehypothecation is like a drug. ELO, my shares are on Fidelity. Someone said they are already transferred, but I wanted to trade it. Will I still have a chance? I wouldn't know why you would transfer Finger. I wouldn't know why you would transfer GTII. So I guess you're talking about MMTLP. I don't think I don't think you can transfer any shares of MMTLP. But if you are, I would let it go through. I don't see the stock trading. Did I know anyone that worked in Florida for Morgan Stanley? Yeah, I'm sure I did. It's so big now. I used to know quite a few brokers in Florida. Jennifer, I was President's Club for 2 or 3 years, which is just, doing a lot of business. And one of the offices for my firm that did a lot was out of Florida. There were some names down there, but I can't remember them now. They're probably all dead. I don't see this question. MMTLP's OGs have non-negotiable real shares. If you got shares from the original dispersion of well, let me think that through. Not so average honesty. Let's say you owned your original Torchlight and it merged into, and MMAT merged into Torchlight, and MMAT distributed the Ora Grande to you as what you call an OG. How do you know that the Torchlight that you bought was real? Unless you bought your Torchlight in a private placement, never put it into the brokerage system, and then when the merger with MMAT happened, they distributed shares to your name and you received them at home, or they went to AST in your name. It's the only way you know that you have real shares, as you call it, of MMTLP. But I'm sorry to inform you, just being what you refer to as an OG holder from MMTLP because you own Torchlight stock doesn't protect you from the confusion of ownership that the criminals created by selling hundreds of millions, if not billions, of shares into the system. It's just a fact. Malcolm Toff. That's a nice name. I don't know Malcolm Toff. Bonsoir. If it wasn't real, wouldn't the broker be liable? You'd think so. But as I've read several times to you, right in her first paragraph, right in her first chapter, it's more correct to say that the DTCC does not. Hey puppy, how are you? Hi pumpkin. Missed you. Such a nice smile. Kisses to you. Thank you. What a good kid. What a great kid. See, God always shows up. DTCC chooses not to resolve or buy in trades where the seller fails to deliver the shares they sold. The DTCC and its subsidiaries can and do change their own rules and procedures after notice to the public and approval by the SEC. Their rules allow them to credit to their members, the broker-dealers, with an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows their members to credit the account, you, representing the buying investor in a failed trade. This process creates extra shares of stock of public companies, all within the rules. This problem became so serious in 2003 that some companies, mostly entrepreneurial companies, who had accessed what they believed to be fairly operating capital markets approached the DTCC subsidiary, the Depository Trust Corporation, the DTC, in hopes of either finding a resolution to the problem or moving their stock out of harm's way, out of the system. The DTC turned to the SEC and got approval for a rule to prohibit the companies from taking action to protect themselves. If you ask the DTC about this particular instance, they will only tell you that they cannot honor requests from issuers to exit the system because it, quote, has not been permitted by the SEC, unquote, without mentioning the fact that it was the DTC itself who initiated the SEC rule which stops companies from protecting themselves, their assets and their investments. In a similar fashion, DTCC approached the SEC for rulemaking to protect its members from having to close out failed trades by forcing an open market purchase in a process known as a buy-in, where the buyer can purchase the shares from another party, then charge back the cost to the seller who failed to deliver. The DTCC approached the SEC to protect members from having to close out failed trades by forced buy-ins. This situation is getting worse instead of better. The more rules that are put in place to support this flawed infrastructure, the more the risk created by a buildup of unsettled trades in the system will look like the asbestos of the 21st century. Just because fire safety regulations required the use of asbestos in schools and public buildings in the 1970s, it did not make it any less dangerous in the 1990s as asbestos. Likewise, just because financial regulations allow fails to deliver in the 2000s, it will not make it any less dangerous to the economy in the 2020s. Guess where we are? We're in the 2020s. This problem was created by and is sustained by the very rules the regulators put in place with the intention of protecting investors and providing orderly capital markets. When the DTC got the rulemaking from the SEC to prevent companies from refusing to allow their shares to be held in the flawed system, they submitted comment letters insisting that the NSCC stock borrow program, the DTCC submitted comment letters insisting that the NSCC stock borrow program satisfies the need for shares when trades fail, so they can make sure that trades don't fail. If that sounds like doublespeak, that's because it is. They say that they prevent trades from failing by enabling trades to fail. The DTC further stated that the lender cannot loan shares multiple times. Unfortunately, the buyer whose trade was, quote, settled with borrowed shares can and does lend the shares. It's not a matter of semantics. Although one owner cannot loan the same shares twice, nothing in the rules, regulations, or accounting systems prevents lending by the owner who got a borrowed share at settlement. Each time a share is loaned, it leaves behind another phantom share. Simply put, how do we explain year-long failures to settle? How do we explain that some companies are on the SEC's list restricting short selling in their shares for repeated periods? How do we explain that at least half of the trades that fail to settle are more than 2 months old? There is only one explanation: lax management at the self-regulatory. It went on before him, but thanks to Bill Clinton, it got really a shot in the arm. Lax management at the self-regulatory organizations on Wall Street. A complete failure in oversight by the SEC, and a willingness to look the other way when broker members who hold positions on the board of directors of the self-regulatory organizations and who may have ambitions to political appointments at the SEC, to look the other way when those broker members violate their duty to perform in the best interests of investors. This is not a glitch or a bookkeeping problem, or as Forbes just recently said, this is not a thing. This is a problem of very large dimensions, created by a gaping hole in the capital market infrastructure, supported by the regulators and overseen by the SEC. It's not a thing. It's a real thing. And that Forbes journalist, just remember, a quote attributed to John F. Kennedy, but it's also attributed to people before him. The hottest place in hell is reserved for he who in time of moral question, I can't remember the word, in time of moral uncertainty, the hottest place is reserved in hell for he who did nothing. This not a thing hurts businesses seeking access to the brightest capital markets in the world by allowing unsettled trades to be covered with borrowed shares that are then resold and reloaned until the number of phantom shares in circulation surpasses the number allowed shares by the company's article of incorporation, which is filed with the Department of Corporation in the various states. It takes away the rights of shareholders to exercise control over companies by voting their shares. Guess who votes all the time? BlackRock. And guess why we end up with this absolutely insane woke agenda? You know, if you want to fight for wokeism, go fight for it. But don't do it when there's profit and losses being involved. If I invest in Target, I don't want to see children's underwear for women, for little girls with a place to put their penis. It's not right to steal the childhood of children. It's not right. And no amount of diversity or we've got to include anybody, you're never going to convince me. That sexual abuse and sexual advantage taken of children is right. You're never going to convince me. But then you make that part of the woke agenda. Look what it did to Target. The failure to enforce the closeout of stock lending and to enforce final settlement is generating phantom shares which, through the most basic laws of supply and demand, depresses the prices of stock by increasing the supply of shares. The circumstances present in the securities industry, where the self-regulatory organizations on Wall Street all adhere to the rules that they wrote and got approved by the regulators in Washington, is no less than a regulatory crisis. It's not a thing. It's a regulatory crisis. In the context of the Constitution, a couple of authors describe a Type 2 crisis which occurs, quote, when all relevant actors comply with their widely accepted constitutional duties and roles, but following the accepted understandings of the Constitution fails to resolve an existing political crisis or leads to disaster. Thus, one might say that Type 2 crises, that's the name she's giving, arise in situations where the Constitution really is a suicide pact. Type 2 crises involve failures of constitutional structures that the relevant actors do not dispute or attempt to escape. If Type 1 crises feature actors who publicly depart from fidelity to the Constitution, Type 2 crises arise from excess fidelity, where political actors adhere to what they perceive to be their constitutional duties, even though the heavens fall, unquote. That's from Levison and Balkin on page 792. Personally, I don't think I could get that far in the book. Wall Street and Washington follow and write rules which they can follow with, quote, excess fidelity, unquote, even in the face of protests from investors, entrepreneurs, and the general public, even in the face of the collapse of the global financial markets in 2008. When I set out on this journey, this is Dr. Suzanne Trimbath, in 2003, I firmly believed the only possible solution was for Congress to act to force the settlement of all outstanding trades. I believed that until I talked to Congress, see, I don't really like her use of that, but so I have to reread that sentence. I believed that until I talked to Congress. Then I believed that the only possible solution was in the courts. I believed that until I was brought in as a fact and expert witness in several lawsuits, either filed or considered by a multitude of public companies. Most of those fell under opposition of the Wall Street rules. Then I believed that the only possible solution was through the criminal justice system. I believed that until I talked to the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, I believe that we face a true regulatory crisis. It's not a thing. The current system may not survive. The complete lack of transparency, that would be a start, wouldn't it? Transparency on Wall Street raises questions which may never be answered. Earning income from covering fails with stock loans, in other words, fails to deliver. You heard it from Patrick Byrne. Goldman Sachs the prime broker makes 75% of their income from lending out hard to borrow, hard to locate shares. Earning income from covering fails to deliver with stock loans, Goldman Sachs loaning it out, provides an economic incentive for maintaining the status quo to the detriment of shareholders and entrepreneurs. There are unanswered questions about the total income received in payments from stock lending. We know from industry reports that borrowed shares are not restricted in any way so that they cannot be lent again. In other words, the way she writes, what she's saying, there is no restriction on further lending them out. Once the borrowed share is delivered to the purchaser, they are able to vote, receive dividends, and lend the share without restriction. Stock lending resolves only 18% of total fails. The remaining 82% outstanding fails may remain open for years. Who will save your soul? Who will protect the interests of shareholders and entrepreneurs being damaged by the system of self-regulation in global financial markets? This book is a story of how a handful of investors and entrepreneurs made a valiant attempt to change the system. I will warn you in advance, there is no happy ending to this story. Dr. Suzanne Trimbath, Naked, Short, and Greedy. Wall Street's failure to deliver. She has an epilogue on page 283. She maybe should have started with this. There will always be criminal elements in financial markets. What we do not have to accept is the failure of self-regulatory organizations. For decades, investors have settled for a small rate of return on their investment accounts, while the companies holding their money have earned trillions of dollars in income. Investors settle for an account statement while the brokerage firm pretends the shares are there. Investors settle for an account statement while the brokerage firm pretends the shares are there. At a time when the financial sector has lost its moral compass, she goes after President Trump, as all liberals do. A presidential memorandum signed by Donald Trump in 2017 looked toward rescinding or revising the fiduciary duty rule. The rule was designed to force all financial intermediaries to protect the interests of investors from actions taken by brokers and advisors that would promote their own financial interests over clients. Trump put high priority on allowing, quote, Americans to make their own financial decisions, unquote. And he claimed the fiduciary duty rule was standing in the way. As of the 2019, the Department of Labor still will not pursue claims against investment advisors for violating impartial conduct standards. The DTCC has argued in various places that not only do they not have any duty to individual investors, but also that the company whose shares they hold on deposit, quote, have no legal or beneficial interest in the securities they are requesting to be withdrawn from the DTCC. Which, I don't know how that has anything to do with Donald Trump, but let's just assume it's all Donald Trump's fault. Carl Hogbert and I take a different perspective. In all of our years in the financial markets, from insurance to banking to stock exchanges and central depositories, every professional we came into contact with considered it their duty to always act in the best interest of their clients. And I think that's still true. despite how she is ad hoc claiming without enough context that somehow Donald Trump wants to make it so that everyone out there doesn't have a fiduciary duty to their investors. I don't think he changed that, and I'd be surprised to find out that there's a lawyer out there that would argue that a broker-dealer, an investment advisor doesn't have a fiduciary obligation to their investors. And I've never run into a broker that doesn't feel that way. Carl made it clear that much of the activity described in this book presents examples of DTC's breach of fiduciary duty to the issuers whose securities are deposited there. Our position is that the companies that issue shares in the nominee names Said & Co. do so with the understanding that the rights of ownership and the voting, which is among those rights, would be properly safeguarded. The question of fiduciary duty is a complicated one from the perspective of the law. Even more complicated is whether the organization where an investor places their buy and sell orders is a fiduciary. Investment advisors are, but brokers are not. In reality, most brokers are also advisors. But every individual investor would be wise to find out exactly who they are dealing with. In the same way that I advocate for investors reading the account agreement forms, it's important to look at the other disclosures. All of this means that investors and entrepreneurs are on their own when they venture into the U.S. capital markets. You have to protect yourself and the wealth you hope to accumulate to protect your future and that of your children. Investors need to remain alert to the impact of stock market manipulation on share prices. Short selling and stock lending always leave some investor without real share ownership, even if it is done with the intention of manipulating stock prices. Companies need to watch for the extra or phantom shares, not only because they dilute market value, but also because they can deprive real shareholders of voting rights. By accepting a retail brokerage or other stock trading account enrollment agreement, most investors allow their broker to lend their shares. That, if you put a GTC order in, they can't do it. Even when the investor does not allow stock lending, it often happens as a result of poor record keeping practices at the broker-dealer level. And the SEC goes over small broker-dealers all day long for bad record keeping. But the big houses, JP Morgan erased, accidentally, 41 million emails. Cough, cough. And they were fined $4 million. They didn't get harassed. They didn't lose their license. You own a phantom share until the loan is repaid. Furthermore, when settlement failures happen, even the shares you buy may not be in your brokerage account, regardless of what your brokerage statement says. And so if you're a original OG in Torchlight, I don't buy it. These are the two most common ways that phantom shares are created. When the broker lends shares that you left with them, and when settlement failures happen. Those are the two most common ways. For every phantom share there is a phantom shareholder, and Torchlight OGs can be phantom shareholders. You know you don't have any privilege of anti-fraud that supersedes later buyers. I'm sorry. Corporate executives are correctly focused on taking care of their shareholders, but no one has taken an interest in the harm being done to those investors who are left holding the phantom shares. Those investors who have not received delivery of shares they paid for, or whose shares have been lent out without compensation. Those unshareholders especially need to take action to protect themselves. If you find that you are a unshareholder, please start by filing a complaint. The North American Securities Administrators Association. America deserves the healthy, robust, deep, and liquid capital markets which built the railroads, steel mills, and auto plants and moved her into a leadership role in the industrialized world and oil in Texas. The capital markets which funded a boom in electronic communication, which was so far-reaching that it has been transforming the way we live every day for nearly 20 years. American capital markets are needed to fund the coming boom in technology, which will deliver on the promises of the last century. Which are needed to fund long future healthy lives and to end conflicts driven by scarcity in energy, food, and water. Achieving the full potential of this book will require regulatory reform. Otherwise, the financial sector may not survive the next crisis. Look, I'm not a great writer, but if she wrote better, this would be a bestseller. One of my brokers, this is not so average honesty, one of my brokers have asked me to lend shares. I was told they can't be lent unless I opened a margin account. I do not have a margin account. Don't open one. Don't open one. But it depends on, I'm sorry to say, it depends. Every account in America now, your stock is held in the name of your broker at the DTCC. So they can lend them out. If they asked you for your signature, then you're lucky. Your account opening form didn't allow them to lend it out. Don't change that. Don't make it easy on them. Not legal advice. FINRA's inaction in enforcing the April 2020 cease and desist order regarding GTII is inexcusable. We'll address in a video tonight. And I'm going to try, by the way, Busy Brands, Not Legal Advice, and JR are going, and myself, are going to try to host a joint live. I'd prefer not to do it tonight because it's hot and I've been going too long, but maybe we can do it tomorrow during the day or tomorrow at night. I kind of held off on it today because I expected Finger could have a buy-in in the morning, and it never materialized. But I encourage everyone to watch Not Legal Advice. Yes, thank you, MFN. If you want me to read War and Peace, I will to you. I don't know, MFN, if you ever read War and Peace, but I was a senior in high school, and I read it in a week, and I loved it. And to this day, it's one of my favorite books. Hi, Not Legal Advice. Everything ever leads to Donald Trump, it's called. Yeah, well, I mean, Donald Trump's made mistakes, of course, but what's amazing is how many times he's been proven right. But anyway, I think the computer Eric Trump left with all those pictures with minors and doing crack cocaine and with unregistered guns and prostitutes. I mean, Trump should be ashamed. I don't know what the big news from Patrick Byrne is. Wow, MFN, that's amazing. Ryan Bianchi says finger, or you say finger to $74 the end of the week. That's amazing. I was reading Naked, Short, and Greedy by Dr. Susan Trimbath. It's not the most interesting reading. But I do recommend it. I'm sorry I read as long as I did, but you know who said that? Anyway, one of the things I like to try to do, even though I'm not a lawyer, is try to enter into sort of evidence my reason for saying some of the things I say, so that I don't come across as a conspiracy theorist, and I don't come across as, you know, some guy with an agenda, or you know, I want to base my conclusions as much as I can based on what I know and what I've learned. Oh God, I don't want to read that. Don't want to think about it. I didn't see MFN. I didn't see the prediction. That is an amazing $74 is a. Who is Mike Okerts anyway? Oh, KYP. I think of all of his creation, God loves his children the best. Well, Kipliani Hey, damn Yankee, you're nothing but a... I was telling that story today. I met this Dion of a family down in Georgia. She was great, very nice. But when I walked in, she said, I hear you're nothing but a GD Democrat. I guess it was David Kelly that called me you're nothing but a GD Yankee. But to answer your question, Mr. Cipriani, we seem to have this view that they are all powerful. This guy Larry Fink, just a weasel guy that couldn't sell, couldn't be a stockbroker, couldn't really be a trader, I don't think. Came up with the idea to start a fund, hired people, and brokerage firms raised the money. And he caught a wave. He caught a wave that is massive. Broker dealers went from hiring brokers to hiring asset gatherers. And everyone you go in to see gives you advice, well, you need to put your money in this fund, and you need to be in this group, and you need to be in this ETF. BlackRock benefited from this massively. They have trillions of dollars under management. But he has no clue how to get a real rate of return, so they cheat. But they're not all powerful. And as they loosen up the regulatory straps, chains, others step in and really push it to the limit. So I don't think the DTCC has any clue, or most of them have any clue how big the problem is, but they're starting to know. Now, let me point out to you, Mr. Cipriani, and I would ask you, why does the DTCC, it's owned by the brokerage firms, and you've got people on the board here, they're on the board of brokerage firms and exchanges, and I'm sure the regulatory bodies. But why should we have only one custodial? Why shouldn't there be more than one? But that's our system, one custodial for the majority, 95, 99% of securities. It was as high as $100 trillion in securities held at the DTCC. 120 trillion. I don't know where it is now. It might be lower, but still it's massive. It's massive. All right, so Cipriani. I would argue a lot of this is false. Well, no, I would say this is all real shares at the DTCC. What's false is in your accounts, there might be 150 trillion, 180 trillion in assets. The difference of what's in our accounts and what's at the DTC is the puffery, and it's all fraud. It's all fraud. They earn fees on it. They earn interest on it, transactional fees, commissions, but it doesn't exist. But anyway, Mr. Cipriani, just for a minute, you say, why would if the DTC is going to have to bail them out, why would they let them continue selling? One is every other time the selling works. Every other time the stock goes down to pennies. It's profitable is why they let them do it. So out of thousands of times, it makes money for all the brokerage firms. 85% of Goldman Sachs's prime brokerage revenue comes from stock loan, comes from this shit. That's number one reason it's allowed. It's like selling cocaine. It's all profit. But anyway, I just want you to think, I don't remember my accounting. I only studied it for one semester, maybe two. But assets and liabilities, right now at the DTC, they're holding, I don't know, maybe 6 million shares of Finger, and they're holding 6 million shares of Finger. Well, when they go to cover that, what I'm trying to show is they're holding 6 million shares of Finger somewhere, whether it's Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, it's somewhere. As this gets sold at high numbers, it's going to move to TD Ameritrade and Charles Schwab. But they still have the 6 million shares. So it doesn't shake their ownership of the shares. That's number one. Number two, just to pick on Merrill Lynch, if there's a squeeze of 140 million shares, and they're all the fake shares are held at Bank of America Merrill Lynch, and there's a squeeze, and the stock goes to, I don't know, let's just say 500 average price. It goes to 500. That's $70 billion. $70 billion that Merrill Lynch had to pay out, the bad guys, and then the DTCC, who oversees all brokerage accounts. That's huge, you're saying. Why would they allow that to happen? That's massive. Well, number one, they don't have complete control if someone's defrauding them or lying. But that's $70 billion in my example that Merrill Lynch has to eat, and the DTCC. Okay. All right. Where did the 70 million go in this example? Where did the 70 million go? It went to TD Ameritrade. It went to Charles Schwab. It went to it went to Wells Fargo and etc. It's still in the system. It's still there to earn interest on, commission on, fees on. So it's still there. Net. Who runs the system? The DTCC. It's going from one pocket to the other. So this isn't, they don't really lose all that much. Now, where you're right is they've got to put out cash into the system from somewhere. It comes from the criminals, it comes from the DTC, but that's more of a hit to earnings or whatever that is like a black eye, eventually it goes away because the monies still stay in their system. They're still able to make money off those dollars. So that's the only answer I can come up with. It's not like the money's going to Russia. David Sukamel, will MMTLP get resolved before the end of the year? I think you got to watch Bird Lady and Smokey and these guys. I don't think it will. Jenny just sent this, everybody. You already saw it, I'm sure. Breaking news. Shocking testimony from Patrick Byrne hits newsstands. Byrne's J6 testimony transcript is made public. Byrne's top secret chronicles of bribery and corruption could disrupt the 2024 presidential election. Byrne details his relationship with alleged Russian smile Maria, the hot redhead, Butina. General Mike Flynn says Patrick's story is for real, he's for real, and the corruption he exposed is for real, and it only gets worse the farther you read. The further you read. That'll get buried in the mainstream media. I think David, when Congress is owned by the Republicans on both sides, I think they might resolve it. Dan A. Mosquitoes or something. Dan A is much more diplomatic at getting me to answer essentially the same question, but I'll take a stab at it. First, you have to look at Avid's work. And over here on the side, the first range is from below 450 to maybe 460. You can listen to his video, but 398 is a big number. See it right there, and we've been fighting it today. So somewhere around 450 is a battle line. And then his next big range is 550 to 6. And this is how it appears on his chart. You can see here that it's happened before where it gaps open and runs up. And it's happened previously too. So it's entirely possible this breaks through without much of a correction. So that's the groundwork for technical analysis from a pretty sharp dude. So basically $4.50, $5.50, $6 would be points that he sees as resistance this week. But my opinion unfortunately for me, is different a little bit. I mean, I agree with his work, so I'm not disparaging that. I had printed this out, and if I can find it, I'll show you the printout. But there's the chart of Finger for 3 years. To me, you've got this area in here. Maybe there's a little bit of resistance. Of course, you've got the peak here and the peak here. You could argue that's a little resistance. But to me, we're already above the 200-day moving average. The volume has ramped up. I guess it doesn't show on this chart, but it has. And this little back and forth thing we're doing here is maybe 415, 420, 475 range. All of this right here, all of this, maybe. And I noticed this gap right here, but that was filled on the way down. Maybe that causes some trouble. But then up here, the number is $8 and it's $10. That's the near term. Back here, that number right there is $9. And then these numbers way back, let me shrink it down again. These numbers over here, way back, I'll read them out to you. The two highs. One is 12. Allowing for my, God, come on. Allowing for my eyesight. And one is 17. So I want to just make one last observation about this chart, in my opinion. I think that any of this, the majority of these buyers have sold all the way down. They're so disgusted. They've already gotten out. Unless the ones that are left want to hold it still. I think the buyers here, the weak hands, sold. So in my opinion, there is not much resistance on the way up. So what do I see for this week? I've said it, I think it's going to go to $5 tomorrow. Once it gets there, I think it's going to quickly try to go to $6. And this will be a test of the theory that Tom Ronk has, that if after it goes over approximately $5.30, the computers will go from sell to buy. It'll be a test of that. I don't expect any resistance at 5, any resistance at 6, and then it goes to 8. And then it goes to 10. I don't see any resistance there. And then maybe it goes to 12 and 17. There might be a little bit of profit taking. I don't see any resistance. So what do I see for the rest of the week? I see that the bad guys are still fighting today, and they may still keep fighting. and they've won before, so we gotta be aware of that. But I see $5 tomorrow, possibly $6 by the end of the day, Wednesday, going into Wednesday. And I think the whip could come down this week. I do not see shorts wanting to go over the 4th of July holiday with this mistake on their books. So I think it could break this week. And if I'm right, you could come in one morning and see the stock open at $8, go to 9, 10, 13, 21. And it could happen this week. Is it going to happen? I don't know. But now's the time. If this group that ran the other Chinese stocks wants to make it happen again, now's the time. If the research from Benchmark establishes a floor at $5, now's the time. If the prime broker is Jefferies, a notorious brokerage house, now's the time. If it is truly 150 million shares short and they're underwater on every single trade after at $5.30, now is the time. And if, as the rumor that Ham put up on Twitter, I'll show it to you. I showed it earlier, but I'll show it again. If Morgan Stanley comes out with research, now's the time. So I wouldn't limit myself to this week like you asked me to, but I would say over the next 1 to 2 to 3 weeks, finger could squeeze. But you asked me to make a prediction, and I could be wrong. Okay, let me read. Okay, here. This is Ham. Finger. June 16th. If you have any doubt about a naked short in trouble, here is your number one sign. They marked it down with the last tick in the day, 22 cents. Why? Margin problems. Look at the time in the red print of 106,000 shares at the bell. Option holders were wiped out at that point. Here on Finger, Ham says, Finger, we win again. 68% up, and the stock goes higher. All underwater. Love Fraud Street. And here is Finger. There's the short position in Finger. 1,090,176 today. Today. So you're going, well, how come the stock didn't really run? They counterfeited another million. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. That's a very hard 67.9% marked short today. They're only showing a million. So maybe it's 741,391. I don't know why this doesn't show the volume as 2.4 million. Anyway, somewhere between 740,000 and just over a million shares were shorted today. Okay, here. Ham. When you are short and can't meet margin, look how fast it ends. Finger is on life support. GTII, we have proof. Lawyers, DOJ, SEC, FINRA, PacWest, short. Who knows when this happens? Retail short crust fast, but they didn't even give him a butt to smoke. My short position got crushed, and I now owe E-Trade. So let me just show you this. And then I'll read your questions, because you're going to say, is he reading War and Peace? This is Tom Ronk's numbers. And at the bottom, it says 148 million short, and the squeeze number is 530. So that's from Tom Ronk at Buy-ins.net, and that's on Finger, just so you know. How likely HKD investor come in this week? I don't know, but I think high. Would Finger merge with MY? I don't know, but I would suggest you go to the men's restroom somewhere on the shady side of your town, and maybe someone will do what you're requesting to you. Jennifer, if you could block MFN, just get them the F out of here. Pharaoh, I think it could be this week, but if I were Well, I know, Anamasi. I'm so sorry. This guy, MFN, I'm not going to read it out, but he says, anyway, it's just not. And Anna, I love speaking with your parents today. they're they're great people. And your mother had the best advice. She said she had always learned sell in the morning, buy in the afternoon. And that might have worked today. Hey, Sky Dog. Um, uh, it's Anna. It's so weird when I do this. I'm best doing it without thinking about who's listening. Frankly, now I'm all nervous that your parents are are watching. But uh, and I should have, now that it's the temperature's where it is, maybe I should have started a little later today, because when I started, I was a little hot. The weather's hot and humid. It's much better now. Maybe I'll remember that for tomorrow to start after the market closes. And I don't really have a topic. I can try to see if there's AREB, the next short squeeze, ape love ape. I don't know. I'm not looking at any other stocks. I know it's possible, ape love ape, that you're trying to get people to come away from Finger to help out your buddies. Maybe not, but I don't have time to look at AREB. Jenny L., I think transcripts of his testimony comes out tomorrow in the press. Yeah, we'll see where it shows up in the Washington Post and on CNN. Is gout pain similar to nerve pain? I've never felt anything worse than gout. I had a sciatic nerve pinched once. It was painful, but gout is just as painful. Well, if you have back pain, back nerve pain, it's horrible. It's the same. But at least with gout, it goes down, and my elbow hurts, my knee hurts, one of my feet, but it's coming down. And I spent most of the middle of the day tracking down my medicine. It's not ready. Just got a text. I may walk over there with Lucky Boy, because he loves to go into the CVS pharmacy, like he owns the place, and he sniffs women's razors and men's deodorant and candles and diapers and school supplies, and he sniffs it all with the same enthusiasm, tail wagging. That's great, damn Yankee. 400 GTII. I can't give advice, but I would go for it. I would go for it. That's what I would do. It's a call option that doesn't expire. Just go for it. Change your life. Yes, on a 67.9% marked short. However, as my boss used to say, however, there was 2.5 million shares traded. So how did they come up with only 1,090,000 shares traded? I don't get it. I think FINRA is trying to create a narrative that blue sheets aren't accurate and therefore use it as a defense. Well, this is ridiculous. We have computers that can pinpoint a cat's purr at 100 yards. That's Monty Python, by the way. But we have computers that can track everything. Everything. So I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. They know. Let me ask you this, Moody Waters. If you can't rely on the blue sheets, in other words, you can't rely on the time and sales, in other words, you can't rely on the fact that maybe there's 2 billion shares sold in MMTLP that sits in your accounts and my accounts that doesn't exist, and the blue sheets reflect it. Why did they stop trading? Why did they stop trading? David Sukamel, my sell order for Finger is $60. That's a good number, I think. Well, exactly, Jennifer. If they have nothing to worry about, open the books. Look, I have it on a... one gentleman I spoke with, I'm sorry I keep raising my voice, it's because there's noise all around me. Though death and darkness gather all around me, and the drums of war prevail, I'll leave this island of endless beauty, your land of endless sunshine. I'm getting the words wrong. And set sea for mine of dark sky and gales. But if I leave on that ship tomorrow for England, tomorrow blue she sails. For you are so beautiful, and I have loved you dearly, more dearly than the spoken word can tell. See, I think one of the reasons, well, Deacon Blue, you might be right that one of the reasons is they're criminal too. But I think it also could be there's 105 broker-dealers involved in MMTLP. If you just use the law of large numbers, 80% of those are probably okay. And they want to get out. And they have exposure, but they didn't realize it. And maybe it's 85%, maybe it's 90%. So maybe there's 10 brokers in trouble. Maybe one of them is Bank of America Merrill Lynch. Maybe one of them is Jeffries Securities. Maybe one of them is Goldman Sachs, who has an attorney, has one of their top-level executives, an attorney, on the board at FINRA. But you know they're honest. They are honest. They are honest. It's not going to affect their decisions. But I think you have to realize that to each brokerage firm, their positions is proprietary data, and they don't want Ken Griffin at Citadel knowing that Merrill Lynch is upside down in MMTLP to the tune of 500 million shares. And I made the number up. I have no idea. If that were the case, then Ken Griffin would say, aha, I've got to start shorting Bank of America. I've got to drive Bank of America down because they are going to go bust. I think there's some of that self-interest that's protecting, wishing that the FINRA sheets are not released. If the stock breaks out tomorrow at $4, and it squeezes at 10x, it's $40. At 15x, it's $60. At 25x, I can't do the arithmetic. I can do it, but I would feel like as soon as I did it, one of you would correct me and I'd be embarrassed. If tomorrow is the breakout for Finger, in short squeeze after short squeeze after short squeeze after short squeeze after short squeeze that I looked up over a year ago, and maybe I should do it again, the lowest number I saw was 15x. But if it goes 10x only, it goes to $40 in a spike. In a short squeeze, remember it's a spike. 15x it's 60, 25x it's 100, 30 times it's 120, 100 times, which could be low, it'll be $400 a share in a spike. And by the way, it could go 1,000 times. Many squeezes went over 1,000 times up. So you're talking about $4,000 a share. These are not rational predictions. These are not fundamental predictions. These are predictions of what could the stock do in a spike. That's all I'm doing. I'm saying where it could go in a spike. How I measured it, I did at least 30 charts. What I did, I tried to pick what was the breakout, and I tried to pick the high from the breakout. So there's some subjectivity in what I did. But what I noticed is this was, at least in the ones I looked at, this was always 15x. It was always 15x. Doesn't mean it'll be 15x this time, but it was always at least 15x. And I would say 40% of them, to my memory, went 100 times, and 20-30 of them percent went much higher. So anyway, I think $60 is a good GTC order. You can always change it, and there's no reason to only put one GTC order out there. If I, for example, were a wonderful person from Georgia and I own 5,500 shares of Finger, which I paid $18,000 for, I think I would either say, you know what, I'm going to sell I'm going to sell 500, I'm going to put a GTC out, and I'm going to sell 500 shares at $36, This is very aggressive, very aggressive. That'll give me my 18 grand back. And then I have 5,000 shares. I'll put GTC orders higher and see what happens. The other thing I would consider doing I'd consider doing is put an order out to sell 1,500 at $12. And that would give the 18 grand back. And then I'd have $4,000 to go chase my dreams with. Those would be my two basic ideas. I don't understand that, David, because I guess I wasn't listening. Yes, Roger Whittaker. The Last Farewell. There's a ship lies rigged and waiting in the harbor. At morning blue she'll sail far away from your land of endless sunshine, back to mine of endless gales, and I shall be on that ship for England. Anyway, can't remember it exactly. What's that, first time, Jimmy? First time, Jimmy. He's got the blues. Sorry it's taking so long. They signed me out. Okay, so now I've got to go. It's not working. Let me try again, Jimmy. I'm trying to get a quote. You say fingers hitting highs on the day, and I can't get a quote. Yeah, it's not giving me a quote. All right, let me sign in. I have to sign in, Jimmy. Sorry to take so long. Good time, Jimmy's got the blues. All right, first time, Jimmy. Yep, you're right. 419. 415 to 419. The high on the day was 422. Could we get a closing high on Finger? And more importantly, could we see 450 or above? Would that make me right in my prediction? Stay tuned. Same bat channel. It can trade after hours, yep. Echo, it's trading after hours. I think well, I don't know the answer. I was just going to say I'm not sure we can trade after hours, but I'm looking at it. I don't see why I couldn't, I guess. But yes, it trades after hours. Don't die, Blondie. Don't die, Blondie. I'll sleep better knowing that I have my good friend watching over me. Go follow. I thought I just did it. But I know it's hard to follow me. If Finger breaks out tomorrow, I'll use this number as the starting point if it breaks out tomorrow. In other words, if it gaps open and goes off to the races. So for now, I'm only going to give you 3 numbers. I'll give you one more. I just did this, but I know it's hard to stay focused, particularly when I ramble on and on. If it breaks out from 415 in a squeeze, which I think is coming, it goes in a spike, in a squeeze. The least number it goes to, I don't know if I used least correctly. The lowest high number it could go to is $41. At 15 times, it goes to $60. At 25 times, it goes to 100. At 100 times, it goes to 400. Every single one of those numbers is fully achievable and maybe higher if there's a buy-in of the large outstanding short position. That's where it could go. I'll sleep. Don't die, Blondie. Don't die, Blondie. So, okay, it's 418 again. I'd love it if it closed at 450 and I could argue that I was right. Red legs. I never would have thought red legs. Don't we have to bury him, Josie? Buzzard's gotta eat. Same as worms. Look, my information is old on HNRC. I think you should hold HNRC. After the dividend, I sold a tiny bit, like 10%, to buy I either bought GTII or Finger calls. I think I bought GTII. Anyway, I just sold a bit. And I was thinking the other day of selling more to buy Finger calls, but I couldn't bring myself to sell at 10 cents. HNRC, and this is, I'm being repetitive, so excuse me. But HNRC, one, owns the part of 3 oil companies. They're focusing on oil and some other ancillary businesses. They just announced some sort of SPAC sponsorship they're doing. But based on information 2 or 3 months old, HNRC is worth $1.55 a share. If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, you don't. But on their oil assets, that's the value. The CEO stated, and you could use a lower number since time has gone by, maybe a higher number, I don't know. Just to be safe, just call it over $1 a share. That's one. 2, HNRC is rumored that he's going to make a distribution of 30 cents cash second quarter. Well, second quarter is almost over and it hasn't happened. So that might be in the category of just a false rumor, but who knows? Thirdly, in my opinion, the guy seems to be a financial engineer. He seems to understand how to use SPACs, to use acquisitions, to acquire oil and gas assets for the benefit of all shareholders. We'll see if he's got a skill at it, but it looks like he does. So that would be my third. Those are my 3 reasons for holding it. I guess on a macro level, on a fourth reason, a macro level, I'm just a big believer in oil and gas. So I'm willing to give it a shot. Would I sell it at 10 cents? No, I wouldn't. Now, I'll give you the negative I saw when I went through my due diligence. There is one negative. The guy is willing to do a reverse split and maybe a financing. He didn't say it would be a toxic one, but he is willing, he said. My gut is, if he were taught, and I'm trying to reach out to him, that reverse splits are not the way to go, he wouldn't do it. But I also want to tell you that reverse splits aren't always wrong. If it's simultaneously done with, say, an asset acquisition, which creates a additive shareholder value, and it's done by way of getting it uplisted, so there's a plain vanilla financing, these things can work. But I'm a big skeptic on reverse splits, and so that would be my one cautionary note. But otherwise, there's no reason to sell it. No reason at all. If it were trading right now at 25, 35 cents, I could see selling it to try to buy into Finger or to buy into GTII. But I'm concerned with it so cheap that all he has to do is make an announcement this week, next week, following week, and I have no information that he's going to set a record date for some corporate event, and the stock could double or triple or quadruple. So I don't know. No, I wouldn't sell it. Well, reverse in finance, I don't think the guy has a hard time financing, but he was talking about if he got uplisted. But I'm not worried about his ability to judge finance. I do not think he'll take a toxic note or something with toxic warrants or something that has tranches. I don't think he'll do that. But I am trying to reach out to him, and it's basically a company that is operated, it looks like, out of Woodlands, Texas, someplace in Maine or Rhode Island or something, and some other place. So it's a truly modern internet company, and I don't find a way of talking with anybody. Well, Donna Miles, I want a lot more than $3 a share for Finger. I'm all in on GTII except for Finger to finance more GTII. I'm in agreement with that strategy. DBMM for fun, and you locked up your next bridge. It doesn't look like I have any next bridge, so I'm disappointed. So I had tried to split it. I don't know what to think about MMTLP. They're bringing out all the stops, like the cynical, shady lawyers that they are, to convince, it's a full-on onslaught to convince Congress and the public that we are nothing more than Bernie bros sitting with our computers in our mother's basement, and that we were just trying to make money. We were just trying to make money in the stock market? So they're trying that path first. I think it's going to fail, but it's out there. The second path they're going to try, I think, is that we should just give everyone $2.87, because that's where the last price the stock received on December 8th, 2022. Well, I don't think that's going to fly. Why? Because the big five investors are going to call BS on that. That was a manipulated price downward. And also, FINRA took away 2 days of trading. You don't know how it would have traded on the announced Friday and Monday, the 9th and the 12th. So I don't think that's going to pass. Then I expect them to make an argument that they should just return everybody's money, reverse all the trades. I don't think that will pass, because how do you measure it? Do you measure it if they had bought Torchlight and they got it for free, therefore they don't get any money? If they bought it in the last week like I did, they get money. I don't see it working. and you've got the 4 guys fighting for you. Then they're going to argue, like some of you have, that only the original Torchlight holders should get shares, not anybody else that bought. Well, that's completely illogical thinking anyway, because the original buyers of Torchlight, how do you know they got real shares instead of counterfeit shares? You don't. So I don't think that's going to fly. But I think this will all take months. Months. Then I think they will try to come out with a gray market or a reverse Dutch auction, or just a series of offers, bids is a better word, and they'll start calling around. And they'll say, Vansi, Kiev, we've got a buyer for MMTLP. She's willing to pay $7 a share. Do you have any interest? And Vansi will say, well, no. Pigeon Lady said that it's worth much more than that. Well, click. I can't think of who else owns the stock. Moody, Mr. Moody, we've got a buyer at $7. Do you have interest? Well, no, I don't have interest. I'd click. MFN, we have a buyer at $7. Oh, that's great. I'll get my money back. All right. Here, I'm going to get my supervisor on the phone. I'm going to ask you, do you want $7 a share? She's going to listen in. If you say it, we have an agreed contract, and we'll send you by email the documents that you sign, including a release from harm. All right, that's great. I'll take the $7. Well, they'll try that in some fashion, or maybe they'll just make it such that you have to reach out if you want that price. And they'll get maybe 5% of the problem solved. And then maybe they'll try it $15, they get another 7%. And they'll try it $30 and they'll get another 7%, 8%. So they have 25% fixed. But then as they go higher, they might find out that people aren't as willing to sell. And I think that might happen mainly because there's 100 or so prime, maybe 90 broker dealers who want to just resolve this, and they may be willing to buy up. That may be their way out. Where I don't think it will happen is if they take that avenue, they're not going to get enough releases. Everyone is lawyered up, and the lawyers are going to say, heck no, you can't agree this, because you're still exposed to criminal, civil, and personal liabilities. You have to get releases every step of the way. So I don't think that's going to happen. I absolutely do not think they're going to open it up for trading. Zero chance. And then it comes to my solution, which I'm not going to bore you with it right now. But my solution would be to have Anna, Queen of Trades, call everyone in a conference room and say, we're going to settle this. Leave the lawyers in the hallway, and it gets settled above $1,000 a share. You get your shares equivalent to a non-diluted share, and you get a big cash payout. Every shareholder gets that. The criminals walk free. The lawyers become richer than Peter Angelos, and life goes on. But I don't want to go in the details because I've bored you with it so many times. But what route do I think it's going to actually take? I think it's just going to go legal route. You've got 105 broker dealers, so that's probably 5 to 10 lawyers each. That's 1,000 lawyers. And then you've got the big whale investors, 6 of them. That's at least 5 lawyers each, 6 law firms. So that's another 25, 30 lawyers. You've got all the criminals, all the market makers. They probably have 2 or 3 lawyers each. That could be 200 or 300. You've got the prime brokers. That could be 3 or 4 of them that have massive legal staff, which could be 100 each. Then you've got the broker dealers. I already said that. You've got the brokers that are out there freelancing it. You've got potential class action lawsuits where they gin up business. You've got lawyers at FINRA, SEC, OTC markets. You've probably going to get lawyers that have to defend MMAT and Nextbridge. I mean, you're talking lawsuit city. I don't see it ending soon. I don't see it ending soon. It could have gotten done early if someone like Anna had been in charge and said, do you realize what's going to happen? This is going to cost the system $1 or $2 trillion. And if you settle it now, maybe you do it for $1 trillion, not 2 or 3 trillion, and you can keep it off the front page. But lawyers are both highly intelligent and about as dumb as a herd of cattle at the same time. There isn't a lawyer out there that wants to take a risk. I will say one lawyer, one attorney is taking massive risk, and putting his head up above everyone else, is Mark Bazile, and I think not legal advice, and I think Rosa, and I'm sure I'm leaving out 1 or 2 others. They are doing it, but as a group, they just want to go through the process, make their filings, get information into evidence, go to court, have a judge rule on it. Hey, but you know what well, that's not in evidence, and the time for evidence passed, so let's rule on what's in the docket. It's just a nightmare. The whole system is a nightmare. But you got to pay to teach them what went on. You got to pay for them to slow walk it, and you got to pay them to show each other how smart they are. You got to pay them to drag it out. That's where I think we're headed on MMTLP. So 418 to 419, 704, is that the last trade or does it go to 8 o'clock? I don't know. How many years did Clint get at the end of the Mule? I don't know. I didn't see the movie. I'd like to see it. They can't take away your shares. They're trying that avenue. It's not going to work. They can't do it. Unless they want to destroy the United States security system further than it already has been. 8 p.m. All right. Judges get paid off all the time. Look, the court system is a profit center. Wall Street is a profit center. Drugs are a profit center. We just get stripped. And as long as we argue over whether I know, Leader Landscape. And then if you really get in it, and then like I can do sometimes, I can get upset. Well, I don't know what's wrong with you. That's blah, 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 blah. That isn't in evidence. Well, it's what happened. What's the captain's speech? Is that out of the movie with Mrs. Doubtfire? Captain's speech. Seize the day? I like that, Moody. It'll all be okay in the end, and if it's not okay, it's not the end. I like that. Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is failure to communicate. If that's the way he wants it, that's the way he's going to get it. Now I don't like this any more than you, man. Cool Hand Luke. Sometimes nothing is a pretty cool hand. Sometimes not. Well, Paul Newman, Mike Dugan. My sister was in love with him, and I have to say, not being gay, and not that there's anything wrong with that, I could see, Paul Newman was one of the first men I could see what women were swooning about. He's a pretty good-looking guy, and a good actor. For example, I don't see it with Robert Redford. I don't see it, but with Paul Newman, I saw it. Yeah, Robin Williams. What we have here is failure to communicate. Judges get paid off big time. Everybody gets paid off. Roscoe, you'll get $12 a share is what I'd guess. They can say you made you whole. Roscoe, that, if that's done, it will take an act of Congress, because there will be lawsuits that will bring down the system. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. But we'll find out. And I'm not saying that in an upset way, by the way, with you. I value your point of view. Yeah, Mike Dugan, you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Did Jenny leave? Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. How do you see the world? All right, Jenny L. Thank you. Thanks for the the update from that guy with the red hair. You know the guy. You know a guy. You know a guy. When if HKD investor come in at Finger, will top gap up to 100, 500 easy? I don't know top. The stock top, I didn't follow. I know it. They bought into TOP. Vansi, what you have to decide, I think, one, will the group that specializes in making Chinese stocks squeeze, at least 2 of them, will they make finger squeeze? We don't know. 2, Finger actually has fundamental story. Will that be more attractive to them than these other stocks that didn't have much of nothing? 3, how many shares do you think are short? Do you believe Tom Ronk, 150 million? Or do you believe the nattering nabobs of negativism that say, there's no way. No way. That doesn't count in the buys and the crosses, and it's just all computers. You can't just add up those numbers. No way. So, if maybe you think there's only 10 million that needs to be bought in, or maybe you think it's 0. So then you have to decide, well, if they're good at making squeezes happen, is it because of their own buying? I don't know. You got to figure that out for yourself. And then Vansi. And I emphasize, Vansi, this is not advice. These are projections. Everything is in my opinion. We know that they are a $10 billion fund or better. I've heard 30, but the lowest number I heard is 10 billion. So Vansi, if they're the ones buying now, we don't know. Somebody professional is buying. They're not running it up so it can get you, yay, I made money. It just keeps you worried, Vansi. But what it does to the shorts keep selling to them. Today it looks like another 1 million shares. So let's just, for sake of argument, Vansi, say that this fund was able to buy $10 million shares of Finger for less than $10. And they controlled their purchases so it wouldn't run away from them. And it took them some time to accumulate this. But let's say their goal is to accumulate 10 million shares, Vansi. They're a $10 billion fund. Let's assume, Vansi, that they have access or an affiliation with an online brokerage firm with over 1 million customers. Then you know, Vansi, and I can't believe, Vansi, that I know you're an adult. I know that you've invested before. I cannot give you certainty. I don't have a crystal ball. I could be 100% wrong, and I could fall on my face with this prediction. So don't make your decisions and try to hold me accountable for them, Vansi. But what if they did all that? What would that company need to do to make a meaningful profit for this fund? Well, they bought it for less than $10, 10 million shares. How about and if they believe there's 147 million shares to buy back, it won't just be them. So how about if we keep buying till the prime brokers buy in the shares? Is it $5, $9, $13, $15, $20, whatever it is, we're just going to go up and bid, stand there, buy as much as we can, and then go to the next level, stand there, and we're going to put the heat on the Lynn partners. So let's just say it takes until $21 for the Lynn Partners prime broker to capitulate, Vonsi. And I know because it just can't go into your head. There's 6 million shares in the float, according to him. Maybe it's more. There's 148 million shares counterfeit, according to him. Maybe it's less. If the shorts don't start covering till after this group has put such pressure on, as they've done before in HKD and TOP, if the computers finally start to buy instead of sell, guess what happens, Vonsi? The criminals are not able to sell. So you take away the pressure of selling. At the same time, you bring in automatic damn the torpedoes buying, Vonsi. I know it's a hard concept. It's too simple. It's too simple, and I know that. I mean, it's got to be more complicated than that. It's tough, I know, when you're smart, to come up and understand such a simple thing as what happens when the selling stops and the buying begins. Well, Vonsi, if I were that group, I get the stock with the help of buy-ins to $110 a share. It's $1 billion. Maybe it's more. This is an example of where it's $1 billion profit. It's $1 billion profit. It's $1 billion profit. What's that to a $10 billion fund? It's a 10% return, Vonsi. My opinion, if they get involved, their goal is to make $100 on 10 million shares. That's my opinion. It's my opinion. It's not a promise. It's not a promise. It's a prediction, not a guarantee. And the more times you ask me, I'm going to say that my answers, I'm going to say it right now, both retroactively and forward, that my answers are only for educational purposes. They're not financial advice. And any targets I give are a wild guess. Do your own due diligence, make your own decisions, Fonzie. All it takes is one bleak comment to trigger our beloved William down a rabbit hole. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like Vauncey asks me questions over and over and over again. They're always the same question. I think he must be trying to trap me in something. Or he's a complete mental midget. And I know he's not. I think he's a smart man. But he's looking for guarantees. If you want a guarantee, go buy S&H green stamps. That's a good point, Moody Waters. That's a good point. I can just say I already answered it. It's a good point, Moody. I'll learn how to be better. I'll learn how to be better. I'll learn how to be better. So maybe Vauncey's an attorney for the bad boys. I don't know how you sleep at night, Vauncey. If you are, explain how you can do your crimes. I don't know. All right, Vauncey, you just want my experienced opinion. All right. So I apologize too. Are you experienced? A shot in the dark beats a walk in the park. S&H green stamps. Can you imagine? They gave them away at A&P. They gave them away at certain gas stations. And they gave them away at, I think it was called Denny's or Denby's in Albany, New York. Can't remember, but anyway. So, guys, Pedro from Philly made one of the, I think, and I'm sure others of you have said it, but it stuck with me from Pedro. He said two or three things. He said all this SEC noise and filings and etc. It doesn't seem to be changing anything because the shorts are continuing to sell without fear. That's what he said. And that hit me. I said, you know what? He's right. He's right. And I would say even today, as the stock has been going up and up and up, the shorts and Finger are still selling without fear. The second thing he said was, if these things were going to have any impact, it would start showing up in the stock price. Well, since Pedro said that, he wasn't talking about Finger. He's talking about many different, the whole market. But approximately since he said that, Finger has gone from $1.43 to $4.19 approximately. This isn't But that didn't scare Big Bill. He said how you was William Money out of Missouri and you shot women and children and this isn't good enough for Vonsi, but it's good enough for me. This is price action that tells me something is going on. The other thing is the volume has gone from 100K to today it was 2.4 million. Volume is up. Volume is up. That's telling me something. It's not good enough for Vonsi, but it's good enough for me to say something is going on in Finger. Finger also has SMS, MMS, minutes, top-up minutes, which they're one of 3 companies can buy those at a discount from the government and sell it to 1.3 billion phones. They have Sapientis, which is big data. They have contracts with Munich Re and Pacific Life Re. They own the Netflix of China, although when I read it, it seems to be offshore China, but it's 100 million users and growing. They are initiating with a large New York-based insurance company, as I understand it, Apple Care, for over $1 billion, a market of over $1 billion Chinese phones. How much of that they get it, I don't know. They have the big data, which I just said, Sapientis, which helps with their life insurance and car insurance and all those things. They also are a gatekeeper, a toll booth to China Mall and the online shopping experience. Every time a Chinese subscriber uses their phone as a way for paying for something online, they're there. At least that's the concept. So you got the fundamentals going for you. You have a research report that just came out at $5. You have rumors of a big fund out of concentrating in Asian stocks buying. It's a rumor. You have rumor of a big research report coming. So, what does it mean? It's a better setup than when the stock was trading at 9 and Lynn Partners started shorting, or their buddies started shorting it downward and downward and downward and downward and downward. It's a much better setup than that. You've got all of the ingredients of a run in the stock. It's not good enough for Vonsi. He wants guarantees. You've got, I have behind me in this vault $10 million, Vonsi. I'll sell it to you for $10,000. Well, what's the proof? Well, here, let me show you. I mean, it's insanity. You cannot get 100% certainty of any investment. But anyway, I think the setup is here for a massive run in Finger. If the system comes in and bails out the Lynn Partners, I can't do anything about that. I looked up the float of DBMM and I think it was 700 million. It's not hard to find out the float. I'd be careful with DBMM because the Kramers have gotten that stock down into seller territory. It trades at 0.0089. It's going to have a really hard time coming up off of that. It's been as low as 0.004 and as high as essentially 0.04. So that's 2 decimal places. The volume every day, over 2 million shares. The market cap, 7 million. That's plenty of money for Kurt Kramer to try to steal. And he will. They actually don't have it on this stock. Oh, here it is. I thought I was losing my mind. Shares outstanding, 795 million. Float, they have no idea. But the shares outstanding, 795 million. So it's not even that exciting a squeeze. There's apparently 2 billion shares short, maybe 2.5. They can, anyway, I'd be careful with DBMM. H-Town Chops, why am I pushing the finger agenda? I haven't seen your name before, H-Town Chops, so I'll assume you're new. Why, I'm going to ask you, why do you support the naked short selling counterfeiting agenda? Why do you support the agenda of the Lynn Partners? I'll ask you that. But my answer to you, I already forgot your name, thank God, is I see it as a way for you and everyone on here to make a lot of money. And it's not an agenda. Your terminology is wrong. I think it's a stock that your friends have shorted into oblivion by selling counterfeit, non-existent shares, which is securities fraud and is racketeering. But Finger, I bought shares in it many years ago and I've gotten to know it. It has a brilliant fundamental story. I think now, and you'll notice if you've been watching whatever your name is, that there's been other times I've talked about Finger with enthusiasm, but over the last sort of many months, I've let it stay back in the background. Why am I doing it now? Because I think it's on the verge of breaking your back and breaking the back of the Lynn Partners and even breaking the back of Benchmark Capital and breaking a prime broker. So finally, the liars at Forbes, the liars at the Wall Street Journal, and Jim Cramer can realize that this is a problem. And the offices of some of the senators and congressmen will put pressure on the SEC, will put pressure on FINRA and the over-counter markets to enforce existing rules and change the structure of the markets so that they're fair to us, not just cheaters like you. That's why I support Finger as a story right now. But if there were a better story, I'd tell you the better story. I just think it's the best story right now. And I'm not going to bore you, but I've repeated myself over and over again. The setup is there, and somebody else is doing the buying. I don't think it matters if I say anything. I don't think it matters if you or everybody on here sold the stock tomorrow. I think it's still going up. So there you go. That's my answer. I'm not pushing the Finger agenda. I think it's an opportunity to make money. I have invested in the calls, as I've told people, so I'm sharing my investment idea. I guess that's the best thing to say. Nag, nag, nag. H-Town Chops. Man, don't get mad, old well. If it don't matter, then don't say nothing. Huh? I think H-Town's Chops, you got to take another puff or go to another AI chat. H-Town is GTII? All right. Well, if you're asking it in the context, H-Town, of why I'm pushing Finger right now instead of GTII, if I'm using your words, I don't think I'm pushing anything. I believe that Finger looks like it's going to go first. That's why. And I bought H-Town. I bought Finger calls starting about, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I tried to buy more today and nothing happened. But for me, if it works, I'm going to take that money and buy GTII. Also, H-Town, the man behind GTII in my book is Ham. The man behind Finger in my book is Ham. The same investors, the same whales that Ham brings, they're there. Ham went and had a meeting in New York, apparently, with this big group last week. So if you're suggesting, HFAM, that I need to ignore Finger and eat my peas first before I get to the steak, I'm going to suggest to you that the stock market doesn't always go the way you want it to. And yes, it would be great if GTII were to go first. And I expect in GTII great news coming for GTII. I expect, it doesn't matter to anybody, Alpine's going down. There is a massive short position in GTII. And Ham's #1 short setup he's ever seen and remains is GTII. But the reason I've been spending so much time in Finger in that context is a lot of people don't know what they're in, and I want them to know. I also think Finger, it may not happen, but I think Finger could gap open tomorrow. And I want people to understand that they have a valuable company and that it can go a lot higher. And then when they get out, they can buy GTII. I don't see it as taking away from GTII. I see it as, in fact, supporting GTII, and I see it as, in fact, supporting the communities of MMTLP. Well, Skydog, I think that's right. Maybe it's because Finger was $1.38 a few weeks ago. That sounds like a good reason to talk about it. This isn't a GTI channel. William is able to wrap his head around more than one stock. I don't know. I sometimes feel like I'm only able to wrap my head around a pole. But H-Town, I still 100% support GTII 100%, and I appreciate that you're in it. And maybe you didn't see the talk I did. Was it Sunday? Everyone was asking me. Just so you know, H-Town, I believe when Finger runs simultaneously, GTII is going to run. That's just my opinion. I don't think there's going to be time to sell Finger and then go back and buy GTII. I think GTII is going to run at the same time Finger does. And ironically, GTII had all sorts of depression going on, and once Finger started to go, I think it's helped GTII. So that's my view. All right, H-Town, thank you. I understand Finger is running right now and it's the hot topic. I get it. Well, it is the hot topic, but it's not me saying, hey, rush over to COSM, rush over to CLMV, rush over to Robert James Johnson. It's that, I'm not trying to do that. So that's another fair question if you were asking that. That's a fair question. I'm not just trying to hop from horse to horse. Finger has been something that Ham from the start has only followed two stocks, and he still does. And so it's been there from the start. For me, they're like DNA. They're wrapped, you know, that wrapped DNA's. They're like coiled snakes. You pick up one, you pick up the other. So, well, Giannis, it's tough what to do with the calls on Finger. Today, I tried to sell. Today, I started loving you again. Today I tried to sell my July 2 calls for $2.15, and they wouldn't take it. So I canceled them, thinking that might force them to take it. They didn't take it. About half an hour later, I put it back in at $2.15, and they just never went off. And then toward the end of the day, I noticed that the stock was trading. Sorry, it wasn't $2.15. It was $2.05. It was $2.05. Toward the end of the day, when I put it in, the ask was $2.15. And the bid was $185, something like that. So I put them in at $2.05. Toward the end of the day, I saw the stock start trading at $4.05, $4.10, $4.12, and they still didn't fill my order. So I canceled it. And the reason I canceled it is they were asking me to take less than the intrinsic value for my calls, and there was no time premium. Maybe I'll regret that. But I also felt, like I do now, that the stock could close at $5 today. It didn't. And I feel like it could open up and run to $5 tomorrow. Maybe it won't. But I'll see where the premiums are. What I was going to do with that was either by the August what I remember the prices as being was the August 5s for 65 cents. It might have been a little bit higher. So I would have been able to double my position or buy my same position and take cash off the table. And I showed an example of it before. I tried to do that. The other position I was thinking of buying was the November calls, the 7s. And they were expensive. I think they were 85. And why is that expensive? Because they're $2 above the strike price and you're paying 85 cents. But I would have done it. Just to buy more time. You're buying more time. But it didn't happen. So today I didn't do it. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. I think if you own July calls, you can treat it the way Ham would on his trading desk, that if it triples or doubles or quadruples, take your original money off and let the rest run, because those are the cheapest options you're going to buy. Or sell your July calls and buy the July 7s for less money and take a profit into your pocket. That way you're playing with house money and you have the same exposure. Ham is really good at trading, really good. He almost memorizes the lay of the land. At the end of the day, he can almost call how many shares were short. He's got abilities I don't feel I have. That's one way to do it. The other, in June, well, it still is June, I bought some June calls that not very many, which I sold, I think, break even or slightly profitable, not significantly, and I moved them into July. My point is, I don't want to hold my July calls into the last week. I'd prefer not to hold them into the last 2 weeks. Some people do that, and you get these huge returns. And there's no reason not to believe that Finger could squeeze this week, next week, or the following week. And there's no reason to believe it could not happen in the second week of July. But for me, a little bit of false, I really mean it, false security, because you have to pay time premium to get it. I want to try to move, my small position of calls in July. I want to try to move them into August and November. Maybe buy more, maybe buy the same and take some cash off the table, buy GTII. Anyway, that's my answer to your question, Giannis. John, sorry, John, if I think that's a C. John Croson, my eyesight. Sell the call for cash, and the market maker can sell his shares he bought for hedging, releasing pressure on the squeeze. Is that right? Let me think that through. So that's why there's no premium on the calls. They want me to sell them at a low price so they make a profit on their trade. That gets the pressure off the market maker who had to buy stock as a hedge. I see. I see. That's very smart, John Croson. I'd like to learn more about your thought process. That's yeah, very interesting. Very. Okay, so exercising, in other words, holding them to expiry. Let's say the stock is $8 in July, and I hold my twos until then. That exercising of the calls will put pressure on the bad guys. Very interesting. It's next day settlement. And they have to honor it because it's a contract with the options exchange. It's very smart, John Croson. That's very smart. So maybe it's better for me to hold them. I'm willing to do that, John. I'm willing to do that. Very smart, John. Thank you. What you say makes perfect sense. Westpac is limiting withdrawals. Wiener McGee, how do we have the info that there are 55 million? I just got a warning on my phone. But if you go to buyins.net, that's the service run by Tom Ronk. You can follow him on Twitter. He's a friend of Ham's, and he provides the data on Finger. So one part of my answer to you is Tom Ronk puts out this data. This costs money. It's not free. This is the data on Finger. And I know you can't here. Let's see. I can expand that. The most recent data is 148 million shares sold short, with a $5.30 squeeze price. Now, the second source of comfort is watching the stock every day for the last 5 years. There are people out there that said, you can't take that, what Tom Ronk does. You can't take that. That doesn't take into account the dark pools, and that doesn't take into account that somebody lent them the shares, and that doesn't take into account the buying. Well, it's all we got. The system needs to be transparent, so we don't have to debate that. But until then, we have to use what we have access to. I don't think that any of the insiders or the big shareholders have lent any shares at all in Finger. And even if all of the shares of Finger got lent out, there's only 49 million shares of Finger. So I don't find that I don't find it a strong objection. The other thing is they're not using dark pools on Finger. Could there be something like credit default swaps that give these guys brass cojones? Yeah, there could be. I don't know how it would work out, but they might have some super secret criminal game, know the password and we'll show you how it's done scheme. I don't know. But the other reason I don't think they've covered, you would see the volume. There's realistically, according to Yahoo, there's something like 79 million shares in the float. But Ham says there's only 6 million shares in the float. When I first got involved with Finger, there were, to my memory, 3 million shares in the float. Maybe it was 4 million. Maybe it was, I don't think it was this much. And the short position was only 3 million shares, 2.8 million. And he still thought it was a great play. In the span of about 10 days, after the Lynn Partners financed Finger, and after Finger got upgraded to NASDAQ, and Finger ran to $9, $10, in the span of the next sort of fortnight, they sold between 95 and 105 million shares. Where'd they get it? No one lent it to them. They didn't have access to it in warrants. They didn't have access into a toxic convertible note. The answer is they didn't get it. They were all counterfeit shares. So that's where the number comes from. There are skeptics out there, so if you want to use a lower number, use a lower number. But I believe the number is that big. You can exercise early, that's true. Finger target. Is this where I said I answered that already? $32 is my target. How long can Finger be on Reg Show? And can it be removed? Yeah, they can remove it. In this system, I assume it can be on Reg Show for years. But if they follow the rules, the longest I've heard now of extensions is 31 days. But if it's on Reg Show, they're already in trouble. So I wouldn't I don't know what you mean by your question. How long can it be on Reg Show? I don't get your question. If you're saying how long can it be on Reg Show before they start buying in, I don't know. I'm not sure the two go together. What I do think happens is once it's on Reg Show, the criminals won't find it so easy to sell fake counterfeit shares. At least through the prime broker that they have that problem with. All right, it's 8 o'clock. I think I'm going to call it. Yeah, it can go on and off. So, Pharaoh, I'm not saying that it's like a permanent attribute, but right now, volume has gone up for the last 4 days. Price has gone up at a clip every single day. I think 50% a day for the last 3 days, 4 days. You can look it up. Um, they've had good fundamental announcements. There was a meeting with a big fund in New York. What's going to happen with that? Who the heck knows? And it's on Reg Show. And we know it's a trap short. I don't care how much any of you say, there's no sophisticated trader on Wall Street that would have shorted this many shares, or even the real short. 305,000 shares short. I don't know, at $1.50? They're down $900,000. It's an idiot trade. This is a trade of idiots, or it's a trade of criminals who issue toxic convertible notes, and then they have their buddies sell the stock down into oblivion, and they divvy up the profits. It is a criminal enterprise. So when you see 3 or 4 days in a row of up volume, up price, and you have a trapped idiot short, you start thinking, hey, something's up here with Finger. Maybe it can go. And that's all I'm trying to call out. Look, don't buy it if you know what? Tomorrow I will only talk about GTII. And you guys can suss out Finger on your own. That way I can be loyal to those who are in GTII. I don't think it's going to be as exciting a story yet, but I think at any moment there could be events in GTII to make it move as well. So I'll just move to GTII and I'll ignore Finger. No reason to talk about Finger. Scott Wallets, tomorrow is another day. Finger looking good. I'm in both, but I'm still in AMC heavy. I don't know why you're still in AMC. Well, I might have to do fewer lives because there's not much more to say about GTII and it gets too boring. Miami maybe. People are mad about Finger. Why? I think if Finger goes, I don't even own the stock. I used to. I wish I did. But if Finger goes and makes a bunch of people hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, where do you think that money's going to go? It's going to go into GTII. All right, Eddie F. I agree with that, Pharaoh. I think you're going to see buyers. Oh, because we're trapped? I don't know, Wolf. You're trapped in AMC? I would stay away from Bed Bath & Beyond. That's absolute idiocy. And I'm glad you made money, but it's a bankrupt company. Equity is going to be wiped out. I can in no conscience tell you to trade BBYQ. It's a trade, and I'm glad you made money, but it's insanity. Yeah, Brian, if Finger goes off and flows to GTI, Vocal, well, I'm a little worried about Vocal, but I think Vocal Vocal. I think people don't want to hear about Vocal because he made an unpredictable and possibly idiotic decision. No one can know, because in life you don't know what the alternative was. But Vocal had an acquisition deal where they could have been purchased for $3 worth of GTI stock a share. And now it's at 4 cents. I don't know. Is that a brilliant decision? That's what people are upset about. You can't sugarcoat that. It's an idiot decision itself. However, I think the guy is fighting the shorts. I think he's somebody that needs to learn by experiencing it. I don't think he ever believed that was the criminality going on in these stocks. I think he thought it was some sort of algorithm, and the SEC is playing with Atari computers and the rest of the street is playing with Big Blue computers. I don't know. But at this price, I think I haven't listened to any of the calls, but at this price, Vocal is a bet that the OG collection, which could be worth $100 million, is distributed on upstream. It could be worth 10 cents a share, 5 cents, 20 more, something a share, and it's distributed on upstream. That could be a corporate event that could cause trouble for the criminals in Vocal. And remember, CRTD did business with the Lind partners, and guess who else? Twice, 2 notes from Power Up Lending, from Kurt Kramer. So they have 2 other divisions they can distribute via upstream, and apparently the Vocal platform, they've put $60 to $70 million into this technology over time. They have users, they have revenue, and they're growing. So I think there is a story in Vocal, but I don't think it's because GTII people are closed-minded. I think it's because they got burned by unpredictable decision making. Now, on the other hand, and I don't think Jeremy allows for that, criminals move the prices to break up deals, so you renegotiate. It's all part of their game plan. But on the other hand, I think Jeremy is transparent. He does hold calls. He does tell you what you're going to do. And I think he's taken a reverse split off the table. He had said he was going to do one. So my point is, don't jump on GTII people that they don't want to hear about Vocal. They got burned, and burned badly. Me personally, I lost my ass. I lost my ass in Vocal, CRTD. Absolutely lost my ass. I should have sold it several times when it was up. I was assured, even on the day that he announced that he was going to walk away with the deal, I was assured that deal was going to happen because the major investors wanted it to happen. And he walked away. That's why people are upset and they don't trust. There's other places to play. But I've met Jeremy and I wish him the best. I don't think he's going to find it that easy to rebuild trust with the investors that were burned. Anyway, that's my answer to your Vocal question. That's interesting. Moody, really good advice from Ham is to get rid of all the red in your accounts. It's bringing you down. Focus on the winners. So I sold off a lot of my red like Vocal. I feel much better. Hey, VO. I can't. Well, Giannis, DBMM might be a better play than Vocal. I personally think later on we'll get ice cream. Sit up, Arthur. The way I would play Vocal, it's risky because if it runs and maybe you miss the ex-dividend of the OG collection, but I would wait until he does his next financing, because I don't think he's going to raise money at a higher price per share. So the two things you want to find out in the next financing: is it enough money to get through the milestones that increase shareholder value? You want to know that. If it's stopgap, that's not good enough. But if he raises enough money to get through whatever the milestone is, that's good. Secondly, you got to make sure it's not a toxic financing. I think Finger could be the catalyst not only for GTII, but also for the people on Congress and journalists to get up off their rear ends and do something. Because if Finger runs, if Finger runs, I think a prime broker like Jeffries is going to go down. Well, if he sold shares to the audience of all of us, that would be a plain vanilla offering. I don't think he can get that passed because he's a public company. He'd have to sell it to accredited investors only, or to 32 people, and or to 32 people. I think that's the number in the act. It could be slightly different, but it's something in that range. So I'm not sure it'll work. He might be able to issue a warrant that you then exercise, and by exercising it, you're entitled to a percentage of the revenue. I think that would get beyond the that would get beyond the requirements of issuing a security. Oh, it's a preferred stock. The perpetual preferred. Well, I knew an oil and gas company that made its bones raising money with perpetual preferreds. I'll have to look into it. I mean, that may be an answer. I'll try to look into that. I just feel like Finger's about to run. But that's intriguing. What you're describing is intriguing on Vocal. Somebody said we're trapped in AMC. Somewhere I made a list at the beginning of the year. I was wrong in CRTD. But I don't know where AMC is trading. I have no idea. But if AMC was trading for $4, you could have sold it and bought 2 shares of Finger. Now you can buy 1 share of Finger. Swap it out. Take your losses in AMC. I'll tell you this much. If you have losses in AMC, you sell it out, you wait 31 days, and you buy back AMC, I can almost guarantee you you're going to pay less. But if you pay more, what's your risk? While you're at, the only reason you're hanging on to AMC, you don't want to miss the next run up. That your own thinking is trapping you. They're not going to let it run again. How many times has AMC gone up in the last couple of years only to be sold off back down? They've done deals that have relieved the pressure. It's not going to happen again. But if it does, you're going to be right and I'm going to be wrong. But let me tell you something. What do you think AMC will do? Last time it went to $70, right? That's what AMC's going to do? That's what AMC's going to do? I say in your dreams, but you might be right. But what you can do, that might happen, you're saying, over the next 31 days. You're convinced that AMC has a shot of going from $4 to $70 over the next 31 days. I'm telling you, you could sell your AMC at $4, take your $10 loss, in 31 days buy it back for $4, and you've established your $10 loss, short term or long term, and it can be used against future gains. That is empowering. That is not being stuck. That is taking action. But let me show you something. It's really odd. What could Finger do next week, or in 2 weeks, or in 3 weeks, or in 4 weeks? It could go to 4 to 70. Are you saying to me, William, that I'm not stuck in AMC? I could sell part or all of my AMC, establish a tax loss, so I'm not being the victim. I'm not acting like I'm stuck. I'm saying, darn it, that wasn't a good experience, but I'm going to lock in my losses here. But the only reason I didn't before is it could have gone up. But you're telling me now I could put that money in Finger, and in the next 30 days, Finger could go to 70? So I don't really run the risk that if AMC goes up, I'm going to get it in Finger anyway. And guess what? The bonus is, if I get the gain in Finger and I wait 31 days before I buy back AMC, I get the loss in AMC. I get the loss in AMC. If I wait for AMC to go up, I don't take advantage of the loss. I just wait for it to go up eventually, 5 years from now, and I just pay my capital gain taxes. Let's say the loss I establish is 10,000. I buy Finger, and let's say I don't want to wait for 70 because that's risky. I would have gotten out at 40. So let's say finger goes to 44. Finger goes to 44, so I make a $40,000 short-term gain. That means in many brackets, state and federal, I'm going to have to pay 40% in taxes. Maybe more, depends on your tax bracket, but I want to be conservative. So I have to pay $16,000 if finger runs. And by the way, if AMC runs, you're going to have to pay this too. The example over here, if you just sit in AMC and it goes up in 30 days, which I think the odds of that happening are next to the odds of having an honest examination of the last election. So you could wait and try to make 40 grand in AMC, but you're not going to get this benefit. You'd still have to pay. So it'd be a similar calculation like this. So you net $24,000. So if you're waiting for AMC to go up so you can make a $40,000 profit, and you're in the green and you're not trapped anymore, you're going to pay, if it's short term, it could be long term, but let's just keep the example constant. You're going to pay $16,000 in taxes and you're going to net 24 grand. Okay, that's if you stay in AMC. If you sell AMC for a loss, in my example, I'm assuming a $10,000, maybe you have a bigger loss, but a $10,000 loss, odds are it's bigger than that, but I'll just use that number. I hope this works out to making a difference. So you're going to pay my math isn't working out. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. You would offset the $10,000 loss against your $40,000 gain, and you'd only be paying taxes on $30,000 instead of $40,000. I'm going to leave it at that because I can't do the arithmetic, and I think I'm boring everybody. My point is, by establishing the loss in AMC, and I don't have your figures, you right now have an opportunity to buy an identical stock that is already going up, does have the volume, and seems to have everything in place for a squeeze or a nice move. You can take a profit, lock in the loss on AMC, and then in 31 days buy AMC all back again because you love it so much. That's what I would do. Who plays state taxes? It's the mindset of being in AMC. No, look, at the end of the day, I hung on to my vocal because I was saying I was saying the same thing. I was saying I can't believe, I can't sell it here. And then it went down. I said, I can't sell it here. And then it went down. I said, I can't sell it here. And then I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. GTII is down, and I think that's going to go, all right, I'll sell. And I sold. I'm out. And I took a massive loss in vocal. Massive. He said he wanted to get the hot money out. He accomplished it. He certainly accomplished that. But what I don't think he realized is there's a lot more shares short as well. Will from Saratoga. Anybody who isn't double dipping by claiming their AMC loss and buying Finger is an idiot. I don't know if they're idiots. It's just people don't like to take losses. And the fact is, you don't have to this is about making money. You don't have to make back your money in the same stock you lost your money in. The silver butt gave Moodrick all those shares. I didn't know Moodrick got all those shares. I didn't know that. I do, I'd put both in that same category. I give you a huge caveat though. I follow, sometimes, not so much anymore, but I follow George, I forget his last name right now, on YouTube. And there's several other people. And when I see it, I listen just to see if I'm wrong. And I'll tell you, when you listen to these guys, the short position is so massive. If there ever were an event that caused the system to lose control of AMC or GME again, it would be massive. But my problem, Echo, both companies have done deals with Wall Street, and that bailed Wall Street out. With the shorts, I mean. Both companies will do that again. Both companies provided the short sellers massive profits over and over. Every time it goes up, they are able to get it down, and they make money on that massively, massively. The big boys have been cleaning their laundry for the last 2 years in AMC and GME. I don't think you're ever going to see a squeeze again in either one. But having said that, I'm willing to be convinced differently, and I do try to listen to other people's point of views on it. But I think any time it runs up, they'll just be able to press it back down. And I wouldn't hold on to either one for a squeeze. I would seize the opportunity in a heartbeat to buy Finger, in a heartbeat. I would say I wish I had done it at $2.50. But I would say to myself, you know what the best thing about buying Finger at $4 or $4.50 or $5 is? I don't have to wait, it doesn't look like. I'm not going to have to wait. And as long as you buy Finger under $5, you've got the benchmark research report, which doesn't have to be right. There's no guarantees here. But you've got the benchmark research report calling for $5. And then if you go to the last page of the benchmark report, it says we are expecting a meaningful re-rating opportunity. Yeah, it might take 6 months, may take a year. In other words, they're expecting to say the price is going to go higher. So as long as you buy it sort of 455, maybe 550, I'm not sure what your risk is, and you're able to establish losses. You replace the excitement of an upside squeeze with another upside squeeze, and then coming around the bend, if you make some money, is GTII, and if you make some money on that, there'll be other stocks that we have that will come to us. So you'll be able to start trading 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, and not going for the home runs. I would leave GME and AMC behind. In fact, I think both are going to go a lot lower. Well, that's the other thing. What I just described, you don't have to sell all of your AMC, just do half or 25%. By the way, this is all educational thought process. I did it with Vocal. My problem with Vocal, I waited till it was well below 10 cents. I should have sold when one of the big boys sold at 40, 30, 25, 20, 18, 15. I couldn't believe it was getting crushed like it was. But at the end of the day, where I sold it, it went down half again. So I forget what I bought. It was either GTII. I think it was GTII, because I didn't buy calls. Well, you know what? For everybody, one frustration we all have is it's weird how each of these stocks all trade together. What would be great? What would be great is, let's say Finger goes up. I don't own shares, so many of you are going to make a bucket full of money. I applaud it. It's what I want. So you make the money in your shares, you turn around and, let's say, buy GTII, or you buy AMC or GME. Those stocks start going up, and maybe one by one we start seeing equity come in our accounts. We start sensibly applying it to other plays, and then we don't have to be so anxious every day. And you can go back to watching reruns of Gunsmoke. That was a show, Gunsmoke. Marshall Dillon, Kitty, Festus. All right, so I am not as positive on MMTLP as you are, but I hope you're right. All right, hang on. Sorry about that. That was ham, and I didn't learn anything, but just relaying some of the trading stories of the day. Um, he's surprised it hasn't already rallied. Finger. Will, Finger is just another GTII. What does that mean? I mean, if it's negative, um, okay. On the other hand, GTII I think is going to have a huge run. Anyway, Will, yeah, okay. It's another GTII. I can't. They both are uh, the main life's work right now, anyway, of ham. So can't argue with that, Will. They're very similar. I think Finger has tremendous edge in fundamentals. Tremendous edge in fundamentals. But if you want to say it's just another GTI, I can't argue with you. Darren, you love Gunsmoke. I haven't seen it in a long time. Dave Valiance, what if Finger fingers everybody like the others? It'll suck. I think Finger will raise money, Dave. My guess is they'll do it at a higher level. And if you just don't believe the story, look, if Finger raised $100 million, they could go buy, ignoring everything else, they could go buy 100 million minutes and sell them out at an 8, I don't know what it is, 8% profit, maybe it's less, whatever it is, with no cost, make 8 million in a day, do it again, 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 every single day, over and over and over and over and over again. That's if they put it all into that low margin business, riskless business. But then they have everything laid out before them. But I get it, Dave. Everything goes against us. Let's not think of the positives. I get it. The best thing is just assume everything's going to go against us and the system's against us. I get that. And in fact, if you've taken that approach, you've been right. I get that. But if we can pick out a situation where the big boys, not us, Finger's not going up because I told you about it. It's not going up because 10 people that heard Ham's call it makes it go up. That's not why it's going up. Somebody's buying the stock. Benchmark has telegraphed, in my judgment, Benchmark has telegraphed to their criminal organizations, in my judgment, that hey, we're not going to defend this stock anymore. It's going to 5 and it might go higher. But if you, oh God, it's just going to be another sellout. It's going to be like you know, those 3 guys that came over with COSM. I think they burned you, and it's upset me ever since. One of them called him and told me to lay off because he's just trying to make a living. Well, what about your livings? What about your experiences? I think GTII was on the verge of exploding to the upside, but instead we all raced over to Cosmos so we could lose at least half our money or more. Anyway, if you want to see Finger as just another trade, don't do the trade. If you want to see it as just another time you're going to get burned, don't do it. You don't have to do it. You really don't. There's no need to. I think you'll make enough money in GTII to be happy. I think there's other people out there pitching other stocks that I don't even know about. Vocal, COSM, CLNV, There's a new one that Frank has out there. Go trade those. You don't have to do Finger. Please don't do it. Because the facts are that it can fail. It can fail. And if you're going into it, oh, it's just going to be another, that's not, you shouldn't go into Finger. Just, if you already own it, sell it. And let's focus on GTII. I don't know if they're going against Lind, but I think Benchmark should have released it a year ago. I think it's Benchmark's way of signaling to all their racketeering criminals that work with them, we're not going to be supporting a short anymore. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I may be seeing ghosts there. Maybe it's just a. Why did Benchmark liked Finger so much and then referred it to Lind and they liked it so much, and Benchmark was paid by Finger to do a research report. Why did it take this long? My opinion, because Lind, Benchmark, a bunch of criminals that orbit them, all shorting it down, they all split up the payout. It's all speculation on my part. But I think by putting it out now, Lind is giving the racketeers time to start covering their positions. It's just my working theory. I could be wrong. Okay, if you guys want to listen to a really bad joke,
not legal advice, like, subscribe, comment, question, do something, or do nothing. Nice to have you here tonight. As millions, I think, might be more than millions, are speaking out for more jokes, and we'll see. We will be doing one joke at the beginning and one at the end. So just thank all the people requesting that. So tonight's joke, it's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs because they take things literally.
oh,
Three quick topics tonight in this order.
did you hear that joke? It's hard to explain things to kleptomaniacs because they take things literally.
First, it's going to be GTII FINRA and their inexcusable action, and I'm referring to FINRA, and that relates to MMTLP and any retail stock, including Tesla, etc. And FINRA is supposed to be the protector of retail investors, for example. Second category or topic will be Tesla. It'll be a gentleman by the name of RG and a experiment on FSD that occurred in Santa Barbara this weekend. And three will be a stock analysis or a reference to stock analysts' ratings, potential manipulation, other things like that. So first I want to address GTII, that's a stock. And as some of you may know, there's a company or a broker by the name of Alpine that apparently shorted a lot of that stock, and Alpine is
Let me see if I can make the noise go away.
proceedings with FINRA where they may lose their license or ability to practice. And kind of what I wanted to focus on was what FINRA did in a case they found conduct that they thought was a threat to society. So what happened was in April of 2022, after numerous events and pervasive misconduct, including apparent conversion of client money and other inappropriate charges, but certainly ongoing and pervasive misconduct, an order by the hearing officer was to expel Alpine so they couldn't do business anymore, and which is appealable. So there's various levels of appeal they could take it through, and that may not be complete as of now. But in addition to that, they had a permanent cease and desist order go along with that, and that would stop Alpine from conducting the same kind of nonsense they were found to have undertaken per the decision of April of 2022. So there's a finding of misconduct and that the public's at risk, and the cease and desist order is a permanent cease and desist order. So that's April of 2022. In or about, I think it's either May or June of 2023, FINRA starts a further proceeding based on violations of this same cease and desist order of April of 2022. So it took them over a year to act, and the amount of violations that FINRA asserted was over 35,000. So it took them a year, over a year, with 35,000 violations for them to intercede at all, and that's ongoing. But that was a matter, they had already made a determination the public was at risk. They had found, in essence, criminal misconduct by Alpine or equivalent, and it still took them a year to try to intervene. So we have heard the MMTLP case and concerns about FINRA's intervention, and here, an inappropriate intervention, and here we have a case of FINRA's inappropriate lack of intervention, because they knew that the public was at risk and being ripped off, and they still let at least 35,000 violations occur without excuse to this point in time. So I find that just inexcusable, and that's what FINRA is doing. So to the extent you see firms that have been penalized or ongoing efforts, you should report and put pressure on FINRA. And one way, in fact, that this could have been handled, or a suggested way, would be in April, if FINRA believed that public was really at risk in April of 2022, when they found this misconduct, issued the cease and desist order. They should have ordered a third party, a receiver or something equivalent, to stand in the shoes of Alpine, conduct their business, open up the books and records if they wanted to continue. And that would have protected the public. They have elected not to take that type of path, and to this point in time, as far as I know, have never made that request. So I just don't understand it, and it's confusing to me if they are really seeking to protect the interest of the public, their lack of action in this particular case. So that's topic number one. Topic number two, it's about Tesla and a event that happened in Singapore recently involving full self.
I can't tell. It looks like maybe people have stopped listening. That is not legal advice, and he's on YouTube, and you can listen to the rest of it. And it's worth going over there because he's done a lot of work on MMTLP and GTII. So yeah, and I think it's only 2 minutes to 9 o'clock, but I might end at 9 because we've been on a while, and I want to go walk my dog and see if I can pick up my medicine tonight. So Um, I think it's a 24-hour. I hope it is. If not, I'll just have to wait till tomorrow morning. I'm going to have to learn how not to get, um, what's the word, agitated by some questions. And I'm sorry I do sometimes. Um, it's it's also not always easy when you're reading these little things to get the right interpretation. So sometimes I misinterpret, but sometimes I'm not wrong either. Oh, Moody, that's great. Um, all right, KYP. KYP, pretty young kid. So, look, on Finger, it's not risk free. I would have liked to see it close at 5 today, but I'm encouraged that the stock, one, closed it in the green, and then in the after hours it closed almost at new highs, and the volume was strong. I think something's up. So I would rather be in Finger than out. And I think, you know, one thing people might be asking themselves, well, is this all it is, $4, and then they're going to sell it off, or $5 and they're going to sell it off? I don't think so. I think it's going to go to 5 and through 5, and then maybe it goes 8, 9, 10. But, you know, it starts getting up in that 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 range. I can't give you specific advice, but it's certainly time to think about making sure that you don't have financial anxiety about what happens next, because it's going to be volatile. I really do believe Finger can, from wherever it breaks out. So if it breaks out at 12, I think it can go up 10 times. That's 120. But that, you know, that's in a spike. I'm not saying hold everything there and, you know, make this more of a way that you teach yourself how to take some profits, sell out, get out. See that? Did you see that? See all that? Do you see that? That's all gout. Ugh, it's all gout. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go get my medicine. It took a couple of phone calls, and I went, and anyway. It was a process, as they say, and I also set up, believe it or not, I lined up a physical for September. That's when they had time, and I'm gonna be anxious before I go to it, but that's good. Fly me to the moon. Maybe it's the biryani. I don't know, Emeko. This isn't. I don't know. It hurts. I think this is the acid breaking up. Because I couldn't even bend my elbow like that until I just did it. So I think the stress is giving me the gout, Emeko, because and it's not just this stuff; it's other things. But I think it floods my bloodstream with, you know, not so good, not good nicks. Not good nicks. So, let me just see if there's anything on Twitter. I don't really feel all that good. All right, you can listen to that live. Don't, Jenny L, I won't forget the coupon. The guy told me that he didn't even ask. He said, I've got a coupon. I can give you a discount. I don't know what he meant. Well, that's the other thing. Ham's talking about the people that are saying there's no shorting. If this runs, it's going to prove there's shorts, and that'll be positive for all communities. So, hey, JP. That's kind of you. I will. I got to go up. I got to walk my dog. I'm going to go get my medicine. And then I think I will retire early without eating because I just need to. I need to revive. I like that Kitteridge, Kit Carew. A method. I can't say the word. Methodical climb of a staggered squeeze, waiting on the tripping point. Volume will tell you the story, but volatility isn't there yet. I agree with that. Tomorrow's another day. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. Monsieur. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, monsieur. All right, so I don't know what else to say. I'm going to go get my medicine, and I will rest. And there were a couple people I know I can't even remember now that I reacted to. Sorry about that. And when I first came on, it was hot, and I should learn not to come on when it's really hot. Crystal Light. No, I didn't get that. I'll look for it. Lucky will help me find it. But anyway, I'm really excited for Finger. We've had 4, 5, 6 days up. Now, at any time, the stock can pull back and spend a few days going sideways. That's normal. But I just feel something's up. All right, Joe M., thank you. All right, guys. Peace, love, and happiness. It could be this week. It could be next week. And if not, maybe the following week. I don't think they're going to want to carry this short over the 3-day weekend. The Crystal Light Lemonade individual packets. Okay. I'll try to get some Crystal Light. Relax, everybody. Relax, everybody. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, it's going to rain? I hope not. I don't think it's going to rain. Okay. All right, so Not Legal Vice has a different video on the court proceeding and how long this will take. Will, I'd love to play it, and maybe he and I are going to do a video together, and I'd love to do that. I'm getting chills inside, and anyway, it's too much information. So I don't want to stay on much longer. Good night, John Boy. All right, thank you, Moody. Thanks, everybody. One of these days, you guys are going to be so smart, I'll be listening to you, and we're going to be saying, looking good, Billy Bob. Feeling good. Billy Ray or Howard. Looking good, Lewis. You know that one. Okay, I'll go do that. All right. So I'm going to go. I'm feeling the chill. OTC Pinkin, I agree with that. Um, um, the thing is, OTC, they are trying to tell us, who are you going to believe, me or your lion eyes? And they're trying to tell the rest of the world that we're the kooks. But that's worked in the past. I don't think it's going to work now. Okay. All right, everybody. So we'll just say cheers and out.